Blog Talk Radio.
I'm not here. Madonna calls, I'm not here. Madonna calls, I'm not here. Hola, señorita Cosa. Hola, señorita Cosa. Is Listen, watch me some boys from El Barrio and I'll be set. I'll be set. I'll be set. I'll be set. Madonna calls, I'm not here. If Madonna calls, I'm not here. If Madonna calls, I'm not here. If Madonna calls, I'm not here. Madonna calls. Madonna calls. Madonna calls. I'm not here. 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 She calls disconnect her. If Madonna calls, if Madonna calls, if Madonna calls, I'm not here.
All right, you're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. It is Tuesday morning, May 19th, 2015. We're so excited to have you with us. And I have my fantastic co-host, the irrepressible Miss Pearl Walker from Memphis, Tennessee. Welcome, Pearl.
Thank you. Good morning, Carrie.
Good morning. Well, we are broadcasting live from New York City. We're so happy to have you join us on this Tuesday morning. It's about 60 degrees here in Brooklyn, New York, as we continue on with our show. So what about down there in Memphis? Is it going to be a scorcher down there this morning?
No, we're still having rain in the forecast, so the temperatures are going to be moderate today. It won't be too warm. High today will be about 68, something like that.
Okay, well, that's okay. That's not so bad.
Yeah.
Trust me, coming from the winter we've had up here in New York, that sounds just fantastic. Well, listen, it's exciting. It's going to be a great Tuesday, as we have each and every day of the week right here on the Hair Radio Morning Show. Coming up in our next hour is our terrific Top 25 countdown of all time. Now, this is for the natural hair icons of all time. So there are going to be a lot of names in there that surprise you. We started with our countdown number, I guess we started at 25. So now we're at number 23. Yes, we'll be naming who is at number 23, number 22, and so forth. So that'll be coming up in our middle hour this morning. So we want you guys to stay with us. We've got some great surprise guest interviews coming up in the broadcast today. We're also going to be kind of doing a hodgepodge of some of the greatest music of all time. So we want you and we're kind of keeping it upbeat. So a lot of club dance classic songs, big music songs, and they kind of go on a bit. So I'm hoping it'll be something that you like. And if you have something that you want to hear, certainly hashtag HairRadio20 and send it on in to us, either on Facebook or Twitter. You can always tweet us as well. And if you're online, you can just hit the chat button while we're broadcasting. You type in your question, and we'll type a response back to you. And that's pretty much how it goes. We are welcoming back one of our wonderful sponsors, the folks at naturalbornhats.com. We want you to listen out for their commercial. We'll also talk a little later about the something we haven't really talked about lately, which are the Hair Radio Rewards points. We'll talk about that as well coming up. So lots to get to this morning. And we're going to have a great show. So we want you to kind of grab your coffee. It's a good time to do that. We're going to get some music kicked off, and then we're leading in with some of the greatest hair talk of the broadcast. So we want you this is a good time to grab that coffee and to come back.
Yeah, get your coffee.
Get your coffee. Get your coffee on, as they say. And, I'm in the mood for some of these big classic songs. So, let's just, why don't we take it from there? All right.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. We'll see you on the other side.
couldn't believe in the personal section there was this ad. I couldn't believe it. There was this ad, and it was like everything I ever wanted. I couldn't believe it. It really freaked me out. Hi, this is Kerry Hines from the Hair Radio Morning Show to tell you all about Hair Nation. It's a live and in-person 3-day hair and beauty extravaganza. It's coming in February 2016. If you are in the hair and beauty industry, you don't want to miss this event. Go to hairradio.com or call us at 1-800-526-2610. And it's 1-800-526-2610, extension 2.
Hi, Hair Radio Show fans. This is Shanna Van Ness, creator and host of my new talk show called The Living Room. Tune in at www.thelivingroom.tv.
You're listening to the Hair Radio Show. I'm Kerry Hines. Now, today we have a very special guest with us on the line. Her name is Vaughn DeCarlo. Now, Vaughn, I want to take a moment and welcome you to the Hair Radio Show.
Thank you so much for having me.
Now, listen, it's our pleasure. Now, you are a singer, an actress, and a TV personality.
Yes.
We're going to absolutely tell us a little bit. I mean, you've done so much. We're going to definitely get into that. But you're kind of like this triple threat, so tell us a little bit more, about your experiences doing so much.
Yes, well, I like to consider myself a jack-of-all-trade, master multitasker, and I think that just comes from being a mother. I'm also a mother, and I know in the entertainment business everyone likes to pigeonhole you, but it's not surprising to me that there are artists out there that do many different things. It's just that it's funny for me that my path has taken me into a place where all of these things are on the forefront almost at the same time. Whereas with other artists, you see it little by little. But with me, it's like all coming to the forefront all at the same time. So everyone's like, oh, my God, how do you do so much? And it's really all about time management and being in the moment. And I'm the type of person, like a lot of us, we live in the future and our next project and the next this and the next that. But you also have to, really find yourself in the moment so that you are making sure you're planning your goals out properly. And just, it's not hard to multitask if you love what you're doing. And everything that I'm doing just kind of comes naturally to me. So it's not like I'm going crazy. Although there are those moments where you're like, oh, my God. But that's where you just center. I'm very spiritual, and I just center, and I just ask for directions internally in my spirit, and things are working out for me.
Well, you know what? Speaking of which, you were just talking about, some of the things from your past. Tell us exactly, because you are from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Yes.
And, tell us about that. How did you get from Pittsburgh to these wonderful places through, on television and so forth? But how did you get from Pittsburgh to show business?
Well, God, because where I'm from, You know, Pittsburgh is a fancy way of saying small, still town 30 miles south of Pittsburgh called Clairton, Pennsylvania, where I grew up. And at the time I grew up, you know, little projects girl watching TV and seeing all these amazing artists and wishing and dreaming. It just wasn't a realistic dream where I come from. So people on TV are looked at like they're not even real, you know. So I just had it in my spirit and had it in my heart, but I had absolutely no direction. All I had was my mother, who was also very spiritual, that instilled in me, you could do whatever you put your mind to. And I believed that then, and I believe it now. And that's pretty much, you know, the spiritual way I got from point A to point B. And to be honest, I feel like I'm at the point where I've only scratched the surface of where I'm going. Because ultimately, with all the different things that I do, I think, you know, there'll always be a better singer, a better actor. You know, there's always someone better, and there's always someone that you're better than. And you just have to look at your own individual path. And just, for me, I just know that it doesn't matter what everyone else is doing. I'm aligned with my purpose. And the only reason things are working out for me is because that is my purpose.
Wonderfully stated. Now, listen, I want you to share with our listeners right now all of the wonderful things that you do. And you're doing quite a bit. I think you made it to my radar with the hit Fox television show, Temptation Island.
Really? Oh, that's such a throwback Thursday of you.
Well, tell the folks out there, because they'll you know, this is something that they will be able to relate to and
well, you know
big
what?
reality.
I would love to speak on that, because, you know, that Temptation Island was a Fox hit a long time ago before reality TV blew up to be what it is. Temptation Island was one of the first shows that really, really had a massive audience and really blew up. But for me at the time, I didn't blow up. And it really made me, I was the first woman. There were singles and there were couples. I was one of the single girls on the island, on Temptation Island. And in the very first episode, the couples got to vote. The guys got together to vote the single guy, one single guy off that they thought was the most intimidating. And all the girls, the couples that were there as girls, got to vote off the one single female that they thought all their guys would go after. So that was the first episode, and they got to get rid of those, you know, people. And I was standing next to this gorgeous model. She had, like, modeled in Playboy or something. Like, she was gorgeous, beautiful, voluptuous Asian woman. And I'm standing next to her, and I'm thinking to myself, boop, you're out of here, girl. I will vote you out of here in a second. And it turned out to be me. I was voted off as the most intimidating female on the show, that all the couples thought that the guys would go after me. And I was like, oh, how okay. But it was a blessing.
Be the biggest compliment in the world.
It was a huge compliment, and I took that compliment and I put it in my pocket. But what I learned from it as an artist, I went from trying to be famous, because that was when I first got to New York. That was actually the very first audition I ever went on, and I booked it.
Wow.
And I went from wanting to be famous to wanting to be a really good artist. And that show and that experience, when it didn't, you know, I didn't blow up from that. You know, no one was like beating my door down or anything like you would think at that time with such a huge show. And I think that was God's way of telling me, honey, you have a bigger purpose than being famous. Your fame, so to speak, is going to be attached to a purpose of inspiring people, and you have a path to take before you get there. And that's the path I've been on ever since, in really honing in on my skills and understanding why I'm even doing all of this. And I don't come from an easy path, you know, and I don't believe that I went through all of these things I went through in the business to get to where I am and where I'm going just to do it. It is certainly in line with God's purpose. And ultimately, I just want to inspire people, whether it's through my music or my acting or my book or anything that I'm doing. Hopefully, whatever I do, maybe it can inspire someone to go after their dreams, because it is possible. You can do anything you put your mind to. Or maybe, you know, with my relationship expert stuff and all the book stuff that I'm doing and the things that I do on Centric TV will help people in their relationships, because I have a lot of experience in relationships, and I definitely have a lot to share. And that's my ultimate purpose. So I don't care if I ever make it to the point where everyone is just falling out over my talent, as much as I want them to hopefully fall in love with what I have to offer as far as the inspiration behind everything that I'm doing.
Absolutely. Now, I want to get to this book. You have got to tell our folks out there about your upcoming book.
Yes, the book is called Speak Fluent Man, The Top Things Women Should Consider Before Blaming the Man. And I was in a relationship with comedian Patrice O'Neal, if you're familiar with him. Hopefully so, because he was very well known for his very strong opinions about women and relationships, almost to the point where people considered him a misogynist, which he was absolutely the opposite. He just was a man of truth, and if I could quote him, he would say, for some reason, man honesty becomes misogyny for some reason. And I subscribed to a lot of his philosophies, and we had a very successful relationship up until he passed away, which was November of 2011. And he was encouraging me, when he was still here, he was encouraging me to write a book because he said, you know, women listen to you differently than they listen to me when I'm saying these things because you're a woman. So my approach with it, with the book, I named it Speak Fluent Man just to say, you know, I'm a woman and I want to think like a woman, but I want to understand a man. And I look at learning men like how you would learn a language. If I wanted to learn Chinese, I can learn Chinese. I will probably have to, you know, really study it, maybe visit China and get into their culture and really into the people. But just because I learned the language does not mean I will ever be Asian. But I can communicate with them in a certain way, in a respectful way, in a way that we can really gel, right? So that's how I'm looking at it, and that's why I named the book Speak Fluent Man, because I have learned man language, and I want to share that. So I'm talking about double standards and entitlement and trust and jealousy and sex and all these things that sometimes we are on the losing end of this. And I want to help, you know, women not be on the losing end of it, because a lot of times we're forcing men into things as opposed to understanding them like we want them to understand us. We're not so willing to really understand them. And I want to be a part of changing that viewpoint. And I've done it successfully with my relationship. And I've learned so much. And, again, I have a lot to share. So.
Well, I want to jump in with this. To Speak Fluent Man, let's take a moment quickly and tell everyone how to get in touch with you, Vaughn. How can they pick up some of these wonderful upcoming, some of these products that you have out?
Well, you could go to speakfluentman.com and read up a little bit more about the book and its release date for 2015, which is coming up very quickly. And also, if you want to talk to me directly, I'm on Twitter at Vaughn DiCarlo. And I'm also on Instagram, same thing, at Vaughn DiCarlo, VonDeCarlo. And also, I talk a lot of sports. I love basketball, so a lot of stuff I talk about on Twitter is NBA basketball. So I got this nickname, Coach Vaughn, which kind of, because I'm like really, really good at trash talking in basketball. That's a whole nother area of my life that, you know, I have a trash talk blog, and it's called Hoops and Heels, and that's on my website as well, VonDeCarlo.com. But Coach Vaughn kind of morphed into coaching and relationships as well on the Centric show, according to him and her, in which I'm one of the relationship experts and comedians. And I got a digital spinoff with Centric called Coach Vaughn's Playbook, where I give relationship tips and advice with sports analogies. So it kind of encompasses my whole personality. Everything that I do kind of at some point always gets together and meshes together, and that's one of those things.
Well, it sounds like a lot of fun, like the TV
It really is. I am having a ball.
And have the people been receptive to it? How are they receiving
Absolutely. I have a strong male fan base, of course, because on the surface it might look like I'm just on a guy's side, because I have such a guy's point of view with things, because I'm just not going to be one of those women that is out there saying men are wrong about everything. That men are not always wrong. Sometimes we're wrong too. But women, you know, a lot of us don't like being accountable. We're emotional beings, And, you know, I've learned through my relationship with Patrice, he helped me become a better woman just by teaching me how to recognize my own emotions and be able to think logically and rationally above those emotions, how to flip every situation that I may be upset about with him or with a guy or whatever, and just going, okay, how would you feel if I was talking to you like that? Or if I came to you with this situation? Flip it first. And have some consideration and empathy for women. For some reason, think men don't have feelings or something, as if we don't have to have any empathy towards their point of view. And I think that I don't think that way, and I think that a lot of relationships fail because of that. And if I can offer a lot of my personal stories and things that are in the book that I learned with Patrice and share that, I'm not saying everything is for everybody and I have every answer, because I do recognize that people are different and every relationship is different, every woman, every man is different. But if you could take something from it and go, okay, I wouldn't necessarily do that same thing that they did, but I get how and why they did it, and now this is how I'm going to apply it to my relationship. If that's what people get out of it, then I did my job.
Speak fluent man.
Yes.
So, definitely, we want to encourage all of our listeners out there, all the fans of the show, please pick up this book as soon as it's available.
Thank you so much.
Well,
yes.
Absolutely. Now, you've done so much. We were just talking about, some of the TV projects. What haven't you done that you'd like to do?
Oh, my God. Film, Broadway. And ultimately, this is so funny to say, but I love basketball so much. When I retire, I plan on I want to be the first black woman to own like an NBA franchise. That's like long-term dream, but it's in me. I could do it. That's like way, way down the line. I'll be like, I don't know, 60, 70 years old and still in my fierce skirt with my hair blowing in the wind like Beyonce, and I'll be like one of the guys really with my franchise. But yeah, I want to do more film. I definitely want to do more television. I love doing television, especially with a network like Centric, because Centric, the first network designed for black women, they really encourage you to be you. According to Him and Her and Coach Fawn's playbook was like the first opportunity I had where I was really being me and really delivering what I have to offer. So I love working with them. I'm actually in one of their big promos. They're doing a big promo right now, launching the network as the first network designed for black women, and I'm in one of their major promos talking about how, I'm proud to be part of it. I'm half black, half white, but that means me too. And I was talking about, big ups to my mom for having 2 black kids. So they let you be you. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Some networks wouldn't let you say stuff like that, but Centric is such a good home for me right now. But yeah, I definitely want to get into film and be able to take, whether it's comedy or drama, to the stage as well. I love singing and doing Broadway. I'm in a musical improv group. I love doing improv. And all of these things, again, it sounds like a lot, but really it's just me being me and I love doing projects where I can include all of those things in one.
Well, it sounds like you are just off and running. You mentioned about the improv. Let's get that in a little bit. So tell us a little bit about the musical improv.
Musical improv, I'm in a group called Good Catch Comedy, and basically we take an audience suggestion and we do a full narrative. So we make up a musical on the spot. You could say Monkey Grease, and we'll go, welcome to Monkey Grease, the musical, and we're off and running. Every dance move, every song, every scene, every character, it's all made up right on the spot.
So it's just such a sounds like it comes from such a creative space.
Yeah,
amazing.
I think that's why I like doing it so much, and it's made me stronger as an actress, as a singer. It just puts you in a place where you're on the spot and you just go. There's definitely a technique to it, and you need the group. You feed off your group, you feed off the piano player playing what they're playing, and certain moods are set. So there's definitely, a structure to it. It is a learned skill, but it's all made up on the spot regardless, and it's so fun. And I actually was working on my one-woman show for many years. Again, a lot of my projects that I'm working that are coming out next year have been things that I have been working on for years. That's the other thing. It's not like these things are coming out of the woodworks. And just working and doing improv has put me in such a creative space to do my one-woman show, Lasagna. It's just put me in such a place to be ready to do that.
Okay. Now, speaking of lasagna, tell the folks a little bit what it's about.
Lasagna is a show about love, loss, and hope. It's an inspirational show. It tells my story of the things that I went through after I had my daughter and went through a lot of body issues, postpartum depression, and, feeling like if pretty is all you are, where do you go after that if it's stripped away from you, which at that point, the place I was in my mind, I felt like it was all taken away from me. Like I went from 145 pounds to 212 pounds, and my body was stretched out, and I went into this state where I just didn't even know what to do, especially being in the entertainment business. And you feel like you have to look a certain way, and then all of a sudden you have stretch marks everywhere, and you're like, oh, my God, what do I do? So I filter my everything into my art. And, again, I think that's I'm not very shy in the sense of sharing my story. A lot of people like to hide themselves, and I think that's my biggest skill that God gave me is the courage to be able to say things and not be ashamed. But it was a process to get there, and that's what Lasagna is about. And it's called Lasagna because of the loose skin and stretch marks that you get on your lower belly. Some women, on your lower belly, it kind of looks like lasagna. And Patrice named that for me. He called it Lasagna. And the one-woman show incorporates a lot of stories that you may hear in the book. You will see, in the monologues in the show, and some of the music that is attached to that is written based on the loss I had in him and how he helped me to rise above my own prettiness and become a better woman and a more secure woman with my body issues and becoming a better woman in general, but a wife and a mother and all these things that I learned from him is all incorporated into that as well. So Lasagna kind of ties into the book, although it's not like I'm acting out the book, but there's a lot of the same things that you'll learn or read about in the book you will also see in the one-woman show. And that's both, 2015.
Well, listen, you have you're establishing such a terrific legacy, shall we say. So this is something that Patrice would be very proud of. So,
I think so. I really do believe that because Patrice and I just weren't in a loving, romantic relationship for 10 years. We worked together as well, and he was getting himself into a position where he just wanted to help I remember him saying, I just want to, I don't even care if I do comedy anymore, if I'm on TV. I want to get myself into a position where I can help people I believe in. For instance, his special Elephant in a Room on Comedy Central. He was so proud because he worked hard on it and he loved it. He felt like it was his best work. But he talked more about the fact that he was able to give me the opportunity. I wrote the theme music for Elephant in a Room. That's my music on there. And he was so proud to even be able to present me with that opportunity. Now, he didn't just hand it to me. He told me it was between me and Run DMC's Rock Box. He's a perfectionist. He wasn't just going to take anything. And I think I wrote like 6 songs before he approved one. And I was getting to the point like, oh, my God, I'm never going to do better than your favorite song in the world, But he was like, no, I want my own theme music, and you know me. You know your man. You know what I should be walking out on stage with. Do that. He didn't want me to copy Rockbox. He wanted something original. So I was really proud to be able to do that for him. I finally nailed the song 6 songs later, and he went, that's it. And, by the way, they need it by Monday, and it was a Friday. So I worked over all weekend on it, and he was so proud that he was able to open that door for me. And it's the first published song that I have. And it wasn't just me. His opener, Harris Stanton, who was recently in the accident with Tracy Morgan, because he was opening for Tracy now at this point, but he was Patrice's opener as well. And he was so happy when we did Elephant in a Room for Comedy Central. He was able to put Harris in a position to open up for him, and he said, look, I don't want him to just warm the crowd. I want him to do his full set. I would like Comedy Central to tape it and put it on the bonus material. I would like for, you guys to consider Harris for his own half-hour special. Let this be his audition tape for you. That was his mission. He wanted to help everybody in his circle that he believed in, and he just wanted to get in a position to do that. So coming full circle to the fact that he's gone, and that I feel like he's probably proud of me, is that I'm still alive to carry on his legacy and to do the things that, I feel like I'm very strong because of him, and I'm proving it by being able to do all these things that I'm doing, even after him being gone. And I was able to release his 2 comedy albums, Mr. P and Unreleased. If people haven't heard that, please go check them out. It's on iTunes and also on his website, patriceo'Neal.com. And, the record label reached out to me and said, Vaughn, we have Patrice's comedy album that he recorded, and we have your notes. What would you like to do with the album? We have your notes that Patrice sent us. So people knew that we worked together. I wasn't just in a relationship with him, like that. We were a working relationship as well. And wow. I feel so proud to have the responsibility of his legacy, because I not even arrogantly saying there's no one else that knew him the way I did and that can put his work out there the way I can, because I always put on my Patrice hat. It's not what I think, it's what I know he would approve. Wow. And if he won't approve it, I'm not going to approve it. There's been people that want me to sell Patrice O'Neal T-shirts, and I won't do it because he wouldn't do it. He did not like merchandise, like T-shirts and things. Now, I'll sell a Von DiCarlo T-shirt in a minute.
Right, that's
because I don't personally mind merchandise for my fans, but it was something that he didn't like, so I'm not going to go against that.
Right,
so I take my responsibility, very seriously, and I'm very proud of him and what he accomplished up until the point where he went, home. And now I'm here to carry that on and even take myself further to my next chapter.
Let me tell you, folks out there, you've been listening to Von DiCarlo, singer, actress, and TV personality. And I want to take a moment to just really, really thank you for being with us today. You're just doing some extraordinary things, as you've pointed, definitely. And we want to wish you all the happiness and success that's waiting for you ahead. So please feel free to come back and join us anytime that your schedule allows, which means we'll probably never see you. Okay, I hope so.
No. I am a master multitasker. Don't ever forget it. Jack of all trades, master multitasker. And feel free to hit me up on Twitter at Von DiCarlo. And if you hashtag Coach Vaughn, ask me about relationships, ask me about anything NBA basketball, I will reach back out to you.
Any last shout-outs to anyone out there?
Oh, my goodness. That's so much pressure because there's so many people that, I should be shouting out. But I will definitely shout out Centric TV because I'm loving what they're doing over there right now. And I'm loving the position they have me in with them. So big ups to Centric and all the moves that they're making. And I just, hope to continue making those moves with them and everyone there. And my publicist, Angelo, at Double X Exposure, who hooked this up. He always helps me meet great people like you. So I have to be very grateful to that.
Absolutely. And before we let you go, we just want to remind everyone the book, Speak Fluent Man. Look out for it.
Thank you.
You've got it. And thank you so much for being with us. Folks out there, stay with us. There's more of the Hair Radio Show to come.
Last time I saw him, he sweetly kissed my lips. Last time I saw him, he said, I'll be back for more of this. Last time I saw him, we were crying at the bus. I knew he hated leaving, but he had to set us up. I gave him money, I know I invested well. Mama doesn't trust him, but he loves me, I can tell. Each day the Greyhound arrives at 9 o'clock, but I don't stop my crying till that last man's gotten off. Last time I saw him, last time I saw my honey, last time I saw him he was Greyhound bound, but I'm still riding the hill without a fear that bus will someday turn around. I had no letter, it's been 6 months, maybe better. I tried forgetting him, but I love him more than ever. I have decided I've waited long enough. If there was nothing wrong, he would return right on that bus. There must be trouble, so I'm leaving on the double. If he can't get to me, I know he needs me desperately. Last time I saw him, last time I saw my honey, last time I saw him, he was looking fine. And as he waved goodbye, he said, don't cry, I'm coming back, come rain or shine. Last time I saw him, last time I saw my honey, last time I saw him, he was way down low. And as he waved goodbye, he said, don't cry, honey, I'm coming back, rain or shine. Last time I saw him, he was looking fine. And as he waved goodbye, he said, don't cry, I'm coming back, come
You're listening to the Hair Radio Broadcast Network. I'm Carrie Hines. We have with us a very special guest. Her name is Sakina Nzinga. Welcome to Hair Radio.
Thank you, Carrie. It's a pleasure to be here.
Now, Sakina, I want to first of all, we certainly were going to talk about natural hair and the product line that you represent, Nu Ade. But first, let's tell the folks a little bit about who you are.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here again, like I said. A little bit about who I am. I would say I am a beauty entrepreneur, a spokesperson for Nu Ade hair product line, and a healer of aspects, I'd say.
All right. Now, Nu Ade. What exactly is Nu Ade?
Nu Ade is a line of moisturizing hair oils that can be used for scalp treatments, hot oil treatments, oil rinses. You would use it for lock maintenance. There are different ways that you can use hair oil in that way, you know. But Nu Ade, it means new crown in Nigeria, Yoruba language. And new crown, meaning we would want people to associate their hair care as if they're taking care of a crown. And so that's why it's called Nu Ade in that way.
We love it. Now tell the folks, and we certainly have a whole lot to talk about today, but let's just let them know if they're interested in buying Nu Ade or finding out more about Nu Ade products, how would you direct them?
You can find us online. We sell retail and wholesale at mynuade.com.
Wonderful. Now, we want to tell everybody out there listening to you right now and listening to us that you will be coming to the Hair Radio Broadcast Network. And we're excited to have you.
Yes, that is the most exciting news of the day. Yes, I will be coming to the Hair Radio Network.
Yes. Now, you bring with you a lot of direct experience, a true legacy and lineage in the natural hair world. Tell our listeners just what that means and who you really are.
Yes. I would say, yes, I do have a very rich lineage, I'd say. My mother was the first natural hair salon. She opened up the first natural hair salon in Brooklyn back in the 80s. I'd say she's written a book on natural hair care called No Lie, an African-American woman's guide to natural hair care. And she's created this product line. She's also was very active in establishing the natural hair licensing in New York. So that's where I come from. I'm a daughter of a natural hair pioneer.
Let's give her a shout out.
Yes. To Talani Kennard. Hi. Hope you're listening.
I'm sure she is. Now we want to certainly having that kind of legacy to continue. We want to talk to you. What does natural hair mean to you, because times have really changed along the way, and
Yes.
and we certainly will talk about that. But what does natural hair mean to you?
Well, natural hair really is. Yes, I would say that the definition has changed a bit, but I more so focus on healthy hair care. You know, I want people to kind of get away from saying the word natural in that sense, only because you don't want to get caught in saying that term and defining your hair care process. You know, you can be natural and use protective styles like braids and twists and locks to express yourself artistically, but is your hair healthy? That's more important. You know, so how are you caring for your hair is where I come from. You know, in terms of what kind of TLC are you giving yourself when you're taking care of your hair?
And what else would you suggest when you know, as you were just saying, that you rather say the word healthy and substitute that for natural? Because natural now, is it being used a bit loosely for your taste? I mean, am I putting words in? What do you think about that?
Well, I would say, you know, the transition to wearing your hair natural back in the day was more so for Pan-African political reasons. Nowadays, people just want the education in terms of how they would wear their hair in its natural state. And a lot of people haven't seen their natural hair texture, you know, but it's more of a psychological trend and shift to understanding more about yourself.
Now, I have to, and folks out there, if you've just tuned in, you're listening to the Hair Radio Broadcast Network. I'm Kerry Hines. We have with us actually live in the studio, Miss Sakina Nzinga of New Ade, and we are happy to welcome her to Hair Radio in many ways.
Thank you. It's so exciting to be here. You know, this network is very needed in terms of establishing different topics about the hair industry and really highlighting stylists. You know, this is exciting. Thank you for having me.
It's our pleasure. Now, we want to, speaking of coming to the Hair Radio Broadcast Network, we want to tell the folks a little bit about what they can expect to hear when they tune into your show.
Well, my show. Yes, my show.
Your show, yes.
This will be, I will really be highlighting styling techniques geared towards healthy hair care. And, you know, we'll definitely be sponsored by New Ade, which is a healthy hair care product line. But I would really like to talk about hair adornment and bridging the gaps in hair care and black hair care. So not just natural hair, but, you know, people who use chemical styles as well. But really highlighting the artistic expression of what black hair care can do.
And what are some of the things it can do?
Well, you can twist it, braid it, weave it, perm it, cut it, color it. You know, but you want to highlight the proper techniques to do these things, you know, and really highlighting what healthy hair care is about.
Well stated. Well, again, if you've just joined us, we are just chatting live in the studio with Miss Sakina Nzinga of New Ade, and soon to be on Hair Radio as one of our program hosts, sharing with you her wonderful lineage in the natural hair world, and also talking about healthy hair care and a little bit more. Let's go back to that. How do you think? We've talked a little bit about, you know, from the transition from the old to the new, and speaking of transitions, we've talked a little bit about, you know, for those folks out there who are transitioning from relaxed hair care, so to speak, or having a relaxed style into a natural hair state. How was that transition? What was that transition like for you?
Actually, I didn't necessarily have a transition. I've been natural my whole life.
Really?
You know, I'm one of the original natural hair people. You know.
Wow.
I remember what it was like back in the day to not really be accepted socially for wearing my hair in its natural state. And now it's more accepted, you know, in terms of wearing my hair in its curly state or wearing braided hairstyles. Nowadays, I wear a style, I'd say a couple of times during the year where I'm wearing micro braids with beads, adornment, and I get a lot of reactions. I get a lot of compliments about it. But when I used to wear these styles when I was younger, I was teased a lot in school, and I had thread wrapping and stuff. Now it's more appreciated, and I appreciate that good feedback now than what I experienced back in the day.
Wow.
So I would say that is a transition that I have seen over the years, that natural hairstyles or African-centered hairstyles are more accepted now than they were before. So that's my journey in terms of highlighting what the transition is. But in terms of people transitioning nowadays, I would say that it's more of a psychological trend where people are accepting themselves as they are, accepting their natural hair texture and learning more about it. I think it's a beautiful, beautiful experience to highlight and to talk about.
In which they'll be able to do that right on your show.
Yes, they
coming
will.
soon. Yes, and so what we're going to do is keep you informed. We will certainly post it to the Hair Radio website and talk about it right here on the network when you'll be launching, because we want everybody tuned in to what you have to say. Very interesting and some great topics to come. I took a little sneak peek. I'm excited to have you on the network. So
yes, indeed. We really want to highlight hair adornment, protective styling, talking about what the definition of natural is. And if the term is still needed, now that the industry has grown and we're becoming more accepted with curly hair care definition or not, or, braided hairstyles being more accepted, and locking being more accepted, is the term really needed anymore? That is my question, and I'm sure it'll bring up a lot of controversy and people will want to talk about it more. Yeah. But also really highlighting the stylist, and I am very excited to have a show on the Hair Radio Network, where we are highlighting stylists in the industry, because there are people that have taken their life dedicated to styling black hair, and we can do so much with it. It's so beautiful to be able to talk about all the things that can happen with our hair.
Well, we want to remind everyone, and certainly down the road we will be having the Hair Radio Awards that we will definitely, our panel will be looking at all of you guys who are on our network. So we also want to invite you guys out there listening right now, if you're in the hair business or the hair industry, and for those of you who are the hair enthusiasts, we want you as well to send us any questions that you may have or contact us. We're happy to share information with you, and this is a show, that is, as Sakina was just saying, we're doing all of this wonderful stuff for you, the information that we are looking to impart.
Exactly. Our motto is to bridge the gaps, bridging the gaps in black hair care. So we're not just talking to natural stylists, we're talking to traditional cosmetologists, we're talking to everyone, to bridge the gaps in black hair care, to bridge the gaps in the hair industry, so that we can all be on the same page in terms of acknowledging healthy hair care practices, acknowledging where they come from, and practicing them more often.
Now, you know what, Sakina, I would love to get your opinion on this, and this is just switching gears just a tad on natural hair and the entertainment world out there. Years ago, you really didn't see too many images of the celebrities with natural hairstyles. What's your take on that? Where do you see it now, or did you notice anything?
I am so excited to see them on all of these networks and commercials and award ceremonies. I think the most prevalent moment was when Viola Davis came out and accepted her award in a natural hairstyle. Of course, we have the neo-soul artists like Erykah Badu and Jill Scott, that flip back and forth, but they show the versatility of the different styles that can be worn. I mean, Erykah Badu is not afraid to wear a straight hairstyle like Jill Scott, but then they'll also go back and forth between, wearing an afro or a braided hairstyle at the same time. I think it's beautiful. We have Janelle Monáe, we have Chrisette Michele, and even the men, like Wale, his new video is out now. He has a wonderful lock style that's in the patterns that are in it. It's so beautiful. And I am excited to see what is to come. We have Solange now that's wearing her hair in a natural state. And, they'll say people will talk against Beyonce wearing a blonde weave and all of the other artists that wear the straight hair weaves and stuff. But, my motto is hair expressions. The way you want to wear your hair is an artistic expression. The question is, are the proper techniques being taken to wear your hair in that state? Are you abusing it? Because we have Naomi Campbell that wears her hair in weaves, but you've seen pictures of her where, she's losing her hairline. Now, why is that? Because is that hairstyle that she was using, was that being abused, and what kind of message is that promoting? I think that a lot of people have abused Eurocentric hairstyles because they're not used to understanding how to take care of their own hair texture. And I think that now that we have celebrities that are wearing different hairstyles and different options, that they're bringing more awareness to how many different styles can be worn and, healthy hair care techniques that can be taken up and practiced. So I am excited about this industry.
Yes, and you will be sharing so much on your show. And again, guys out there, if you've just joined us, you're listening to the Hair Radio Broadcast Network. I'm Carrie Hines, and we've been chatting with Ms. Sakina Nzinga of New A Day, and soon to be right here on Hair Radio, the Hair Radio Broadcast Network, and some of the topics that are coming. Now, for the industry in general, Sakina, what do you see in general for the natural hair world?
Well, I see that it is expanding rapidly, and I am really excited as to how it is expanding. I think there's more awareness than there ever has been before in terms of how to take care of curly, kinky, coily hair textures, and it's a beautiful thing, But I think that there needs to be more awareness in terms of the stylists that are doing these styles every day, and we need to now establish curriculum in our hair schools. And so I think that it's good that there's more awareness and that it's growing, and I would like to see it continue to do so.
Well, before we let you go, we want to remind everybody about New A Day products and what makes them special.
Oh, New A Day, which really means new crown. And we want to promote the motto of wearing your hair as if you have a crown on it. How do you care for your hair in a healthy manner? So we have a natural, quote-unquote, natural hair product line that has all natural ingredients. It can be used on all hair textures. And they're really just a line of oils. We have 3 different oils at different consistency based upon your hair texture. And there are 6 different ways that you can use it. You can use it as a moisturizing scalp oil. You can use it as a pre-poo hot oil treatment. You can do oil rinsing, deep conditioning treatments. You can use it as a lock maintenance style conditioner. And even natural heat protection when you're flat ironing and all of that. So the products are really great in that aspect because they have a lot of versatility. And it's really just oil, and we're going back to the original way that people used to take care of their hair in a natural way. You want to use natural products. The products consist of peanut, olive, and castor oil as a base, and they are very supportive in that way. So you can find the products online at mynewaday.com. That's M as in Mary, Y, N as in Nancy, UADE.com. You can find us on all of the social networks, Facebook, Twitter, Pinterest, if you just search at New A Day. And, of course, on the New Hair Radio Network, you will also be able to find us. We are featured in a few salons around the country, and you can find out where those locations are at mynewaday.com as well. Okay.
And on that note, I want to thank you for being with us, Sakina Nzinga of New Day and Hair Radio.
It's been a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for having me, and I look forward to having my own show. We're going to talk more.
Thank you. Stay with us.
It's summertime, and the ladies of Natural Born Hats have done it again. For the summer season, Natural Born Hats will have fedoras, floppy sun hats, military, and a 5-panel hat to round it off. Different styles, same protection of a satin lining that will prevent the blaze of the sun from drying out your hair follicles as well as burning your scalp. But that's not all. Natural Born Hats will be introducing bucket hats and turbans. So if you're not a fan of the floppy hat, try a bucket hat for the beach. And if you want to hide those braids and twists in the style or for even deep conditioning on the go, try a turban. And if you're going to be in Philadelphia in May, we have an upcoming natural hair show on May 30th. For more information, check us out on Instagram at Natural Born Hats.
Now on sale, The Meeting Place, authored by Walter Allen Scott. The Meeting Place is an exciting, hot new release that takes the reader inside the world of today's barbershop. For the first time, be a fly on the wall and listen in to the truths that are being revealed that you won't be able to put down. It'll grab your attention from page 1, The Meeting Place. Buy your personal autographed copy today, exclusively online at walterallenscott.com.
All right, you're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Carrie Hines, and with me, of course, is the irrepressible Ms. Pearl Walker. Again, good morning, Pearl.
Good morning, Carrie.
All right, folks, we're so happy to have you with us on this extraordinary Tuesday morning. Just a lot of things that we're getting, that we've got to get to, of course, but what we're going to talk about right now is this wonderful countdown that we've been doing, Pearl. Have you enjoyed the top 25 natural hair icons of all time? The countdown.
Definitely.
Listing.
I am definitely enjoying this. Yeah, and it's fun too. We're having fun with it.
It is fun. Well, we're so happy because when we started this countdown of the top 25 of all time, the top 25 natural hair folks who have had the biggest impact on our community. Number 25, if you guys remember, we came in with none other. Who was number 25, Ms. Pearl Walker? Number 25, do you remember? Pam Grier.
Yes, I do. Pam Grier. Mm-hmm.
Yes, Pam Grier.
Yeah, Pam
and
Grier.
then number 24 was Tamara Dobson.
Tamara Dobson. Mm-hmm.
So those are two kick-butt ladies who were just great. Number 23 is what we're announcing today, and number 22.
Okay.
But let's start with number 23. Who was number 23 on our list of top 25 natural hair icons of all time?
Number 23 is India Arie.
Woohoo! India Arie.
Yeah.
I mean, I love India Arie. She has worn so many different hairstyles. She just is a person who's always changing her look in such a dynamic way. And I think one of my favorite moments with Miss India Arie is that big hit record that she had, I Am Not My Hair. Of course, that stayed with me. We'll get that song on in the next couple of days for everybody. But, yeah, I think that's a great choice, Miss India Arie, for number 23. Terrific. And what do you have to say about India?
Oh, she just brings it every time. I appreciate her consistency and just her commitment and to being a natural diva. She's done loose hair, locks, as well as extensions. And she, of course, throws in a head wrap or two. But everything that can be done with natural hair, she has done it more ways than one. And so she's definitely rocking it. And I just love her versatility. And like I said, she's been very consistent on top of being, just a great artist, doing real music in a time when a lot of people say we just don't have a lot of that anymore.
Exactly. Well, I totally concur. Not to mention she's just such, if you're looking for role models, not that you should look outside the home, but if you do, she's one to watch. Great lady.
I would agree. Mm-hmm. and looks good at 39 years of age. Looking great.
Is that all she is? She looks fantastic. Wow, okay. Wow, I didn't know she was 39. Okay. Now, so India Ari comes in at number 23. Who's number 22, Pearl Walker?
Erykah Badu, my girl.
Well, what can you say about Erykah?
You know, she just redefines what it is to be an individual. She has no boundaries. She takes chances. She has this very unique style. She's eclectic. She's bohemian. She's urban. And then she, brings it all together, and she, even with being edgy sometimes, she brings it all together, and she can be still the feminine goddess, the holistic queen. And she just, she has raised the bar and inspired so many of the natural sisters to make that step and do it. So, yeah, hats off to Erykah Badu.
Wonderful. So there you have it, folks. So just to recap, Pearl, why don't you take the list from 25 on down to 22 and let everybody know who those choices are.
Sure. Number 25, we're counting down our natural icons. And number 25
natural
is
hair
Greer.
Icons. Top
natural
25.
Hair.
Right.
Yes.
And top 25
natural
of
hair
all
icons.
time. Mm-hmm.
Top 25 of all times. And number 25, as I said, is Pam Grier. Number 24, Tamara Dobson. Number 23, India Ari. And rounding off the list for today is number 22, Erykah Badu.
Terrific. So we will continue on this top 25 countdown. If you'd like to communicate with us, let us know what you think. We've already done some postings on social media, on Facebook and Twitter and all of that. But you can use the hashtags in both of those places, Hair Radio 20, Hair Radio Icons, Carrie Hines. Any of those hashtags will continue the conversation on Facebook or Twitter. Or just use the chat lines are actually opened up as well. So if you're online, you can just chat with us or email us info. I mean, any which way that you want to communicate with us, we're here. And let us know what you think. We're so excited. We'll be continuing with our wonderful list as we kind of make our way throughout some of the upcoming broadcasts. So the next installment, we'll take it from 21 and 20. You're going to be surprised who's number 21 on our next installment of this series. So definitely stay with us for all of that. Now, speaking of coming up, Ms. Pearl Walker, on some of the upcoming broadcasts on Wednesday's show, which will be on the 20th, tomorrow's broadcast, we're going to actually feature and just have our in-studio guest, which is really exciting. You know, she's always with us for the entire hour, and that is Ms. Shanna Van Ness. She'll be with us tomorrow live from 7 to 8. So in our middle hours, she'll be with us to talk about community things and all of this. And I think she has some things that she wants to kind of get off her chest. So we look forward to having that discussion on air on tomorrow's broadcast. Thursday, we're going to be doing more countdowns. We also have the Hair Radio Awards. What's going on with the Hair Radio Awards? Who's in the lead, can we say? Well, hold on. We're going to say, let's save that for Thursday, Pearl Walker. That's coming up on Thursday's show.
I was just going to say, you can still vote.
Yes, but hold on. Yes, you can still vote, but we're going to talk about it on Thursday. Friday, we've got Annie Malone, more about Annie Malone, the Annie Malone Association, coming up on Friday. So a lot of good things we're working on here on the Hair Radio Morning Show. Mm-hmm. We are so excited to have you guys stay with us. And we've been playing a lot of the big music that has really kind of inspired us and kind of gets us up and going. So we're going to, along that same line, we're going to continue with this great recent song and one of the biggest dance classics of all time. So it's going to be a good little break for us. So this is the time to enjoy the music and grab your coffee, We'll be back on the other side of the music with great interviews. So stay with us.
Do what you want. wanna do. Do what you want to. Do what you wanna do.
this is Carrie Hines from the Hair Radio Morning Show to tell you all about Hair Nation. It's a live and in-person 3-day hair and beauty extravaganza. It's coming in February 2016. If you are in the hair and beauty industry, you don't want to miss this event. Go to hairradio.com or call us at 1-800-526-2610. And it's 1-800-526-2610, extension 2.
If you want to get rich in the hair business, then you need to get educated. Visit us at www.hairradioschool.education. Do you want to be inspired by the hair and beauty industry? Then education is going to be key. At the Hair Radio Online School, we offer great enrichment courses, awesome business classes, and much, much more. And most classes are under $99, making them affordable. The Hair Radio Online School is now open for enrollment. You can contact us at hairradio.com or call 1-800-526-2610. That's 1-800-526-2610.
You're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Carrie Hines, and we have a very special guest with us today. Now, she's from a company called Regiment Systematic Beauty. It's Miss Renee Beavers. Welcome to the Hair Radio Morning Show.
Thank you, and good morning.
Yes. Now, listen, I want to jump on in, Renee. You have to tell everyone, what exactly is Regiment Systematic Beauty?
Well, Regiment is actually a product line. It's actually a system that really is about simplicity. I've been in the industry for 27 years, and I know that like most professionals, most stylists, we have 7 hairsprays and 7 setting lotions and 8 oils and 25 shampoos and 25 conditioners. And when you get busy and in a rush, it becomes very frustrating to duplicate success.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I decided years ago that simplicity really was better than just focusing on creativity. And Regiment was birthed out of frustration of companies making promises to us, and, you know, we buy into their marketing and their advertising, and we promote them to our clients, and then our clients end up loving the product along with us, and then those same companies end up in big box stores, which sends our clients to big box stores. So I think that we needed something that was for us and by us, that was going to enhance our industry as well as simplify our process. And that's what Regiment is.
And that's what Regiment is all about. Well, listen, you've been, and let's just go back a little bit. I want to tell all the listeners where you guys based, and a little bit more about this wonderful development in this area. So, where are you guys from? Where are you based?
We're actually from Detroit. We're a military family. We've lived all over the United States. We're presently living in Alabama. We're going to be launching Regiment. Our launch debut will be in Detroit because that's our home.
Okay, so you are really excited about this wonderful launch. So you've got to tell us about that. What are you hoping to get out? What are you hoping to share with everybody about Regiment in this launch?
Well, one of the things that's extremely important to me is community. I believe that we are much stronger together. And because I grew up in a city where entrepreneurship and community support was such a big part of our culture, that has been something that's always kind of driven and governed the way I've done business. So I don't see Regiment as just a means to an end. I see Regiment as a vehicle to restore the respect and the prestige that we once had in our industry. I see Regiment being a vehicle to reestablish that.
Wow. Well, I love the product design and the plans that you guys seem to have everything all set up. And we want to encourage everybody to find out about Regiment. So why don't you share the website as well? And we'll talk more about some of the specific products that you guys are rolling out.
Okay. Our website is www.regimen.com, and you can also look us up in all of our social media. All of our social media is B3 Regiment, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, as well as Google+. We'd love you guys to join the regiment journey. That's one of the things that I realize, that this is a journey. It's not an event, and we want everyone to be involved with what regiment is really about, and that's creating community and success for professionals, as well as to provide answers for consumers who are constantly searching. We live in an information age. People want information. We want them to be able to utilize that information properly.
And that's exactly what I wanted to kind of talk about. You talk about what regiment is, but let's talk about some of the things that regiment is not. And I understand that there are no sulfates and parabens and all of that. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Well, one of the things for me, I have been doing natural hair or hair without relaxers for probably about 15 years. And I learned early that the grades of the shampoos and the detergents is what really affects, it makes the conditioners have to work harder. So if you're using a shampoo that has really harsh detergent, that means that the conditioner has to work 4 times as hard. So I learned early that in order to ensure the health of the hair strand, the elasticity, the moisture, its ability to hold and maintain styles, it started with the shampoo. And so one of the reasons why our shampoos are sulfate-free is because sulfates are harsh detergents. I know that there's a lot of, it seems like it's almost like a cult movement with everyone with going natural. We initially all started off natural. When we were little, everyone had natural hair. It was called a press and curl. And I think that now we've kind of forgotten that, and we're making it something more than what it is. But it is really about science. Healthy hair starts at the scalp. And most of the products that make claims about repairing split ends, and that's why I say regimen is not about marketing, it's about science, because the only way to repair a split end is with shears. You need your end strength. So we start with products that are sulfate-free. Our conditioners are infused with organic extracts because oils and things like that add moisture as well as a protectant to the hair. So what makes the regimen different is that we're taking into consideration the habits that people have. It's not just your texture, it's your habit. You can have 2 people with the same exact texture, and if they have different habits, they're going to get different results from the same product. So what we want to do is kind of dispel some of the myths and the rumors and give people professional information. And if you're looking for advice, it should be from professionals. If you have something that's dealing with science, something that is basically dealing with systems, it needs to come from a professional. And that's what we want to go back to doing, is giving the professional the voice of being the subject expert.
Wow. Well, listen, folks, if you have just joined us, you're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. Now, we are talking with Renee Beavers, and she is the developer consultant working with this company called Regiment Systematic Beauty. And I'm loving this. What I've read is that you guys now, the product line that you have, Regiment, actually works on different hair types, like folks with natural hair and those who don't have natural hair. So how does that, I've never really heard of anything like that. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Well, one of the things that our mission is to bridge the gap between the natural and relaxed hair communities. There has become this battle between natural and relaxed, and if you use heat or if you don't use heat, if your hair is type A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, versus really thinking about, if you think about it at the simplest level, chemically, structurally, everyone's hair is the same. And your texture may be different, but it's about what you do to your hair. One of the things that I know to be true is that for years, professionals were the authority on your hair because there were a lot of things that we used that people didn't have access to. What we've forgotten is that now that consumers have access to the same tools that professionals use, without the knowledge of the professional, they're not getting the same results. So when you look at someone who has natural hair and someone who has relaxed hair, if both of them don't use heat on their hair, they're going to have basically the same condition of hair. Or if you take 2 people who use heat on their hair, whether their hair is relaxed or natural, their hair is going to be the same condition. So I think we've made the culprit the wrong thing. We've made the culprit relaxed versus natural, and really the culprit is the habits that you have. if you're using heat every day, if you're not drinking water, you're not sleepy, you're not wrapping your hair up, you're sleeping on cotton, all of those habits are a bigger factor than just if your hair is relaxed or natural. So what we want to do is create a sense of unity and help people to understand that we're fighting the wrong battle. We're focusing on relaxed or natural rather than hair habits, stage in life, and the present condition of the hair.
Well, it sounds to me like the one commonality that should be there is healthy hair.
Exactly.
And, okay. All right. Well, I have to say, and I want to let folks know again about this wonderful company and how they can get a hold of the products. And now the clients, those who are the enthusiasts who are listening right now, should they speak with their stylist about these products? What would you tell them the next step to get them?
What I would say, and one of the things that we're committed to is, like I said, I am in the industry. I've been in the industry. I've stood behind the chair. I know what it's like. So I wanted to provide something different. Our company is a direct sale company. Our company is designed to provide quality products for professionals as well as consumers. The products will be sold to professionals, to consumers by professionals. They can actually purchase it from their stylist in the salon, or we also have something called a beauty bash, because women like to make decisions in groups. And so Regimen is going to be different. We're going to provide different opportunities for streams of income for professionals, because you want to be able to take care of your family and provide, but you also need the balance of home and work. And so we're going to be able to provide them with alternate ways of making money other than just retailing it and using it. They can also provide information to people who don't go to the salon. Because there's a whole group of people who don't go to the salon, but they still need their end trim and they still need quality products. We want to reach those people as well. We want to make sure that everyone has an equal opportunity to have healthy hair.
Well, sounds like you are well on your way. So now just wanted to remind everybody that you guys will be rolling everything out. You're having a huge launch. And for folks who want to get involved and support this launch, it's coming out. Why don't you tell a little bit more about when it's coming out and all of that, and what can the folks do who are listening if they want to support what you're doing? What can they do?
Well, thank you. We're actually going to be launching on April the 20th in Detroit, Michigan. And one of the reasons we're launching in Detroit is because that's where we're from. That's our home. And it's a city that has had a lot of adversity. And because I am a result of the city, I think that it's good for people to see success that they can touch and feel. And so Regimen's launch is intended to create a sense of community and to revitalize people's perspective of the city as well as what people are capable of. So I would love people to get involved. They can actually email me at b3regiment @gmail.com, or they are welcome to call 210. The actual number for the regiment is 404-936-1642, or they can inbox me in Facebook, on Twitter, Instagram, or they're welcome just to get in touch with you as well.
With us as well, yes.
Yeah.
At Hair Radio, sure.
Yeah. We want you guys to be involved. It's going to be a great opportunity for growth and change.
Well, I'll tell you something. We'll keep an eye on you and these wonderful products that you are rolling out. And I have to ask you something. I was just wondering, since you are someone who has traveled all over the world, with coming from a military background, your family being in the military and so forth, but did that help to shape, the process in terms of when you were creating these products or this particular company and business, Regiment? Did coming in contact with so many different women and so many different people in general, and the different types of folks that you've met along the way, did that have in some way shape you? I was just curious.
Well,
in terms of what you created.
It has really shaped and it's really broadened my view and my perspective. One of the reasons why it's for all hair types is because everyone's hair has the same needs. Everyone's hair needs moisture. Everyone's hair needs protein. And one of the biggest issues that I see with women, no matter what their hair texture or no matter what their race is or their ethnicity, is humidity. When people are combated with that is overwhelming. I mean, I've been in cities and I look at people and like, oh, wow, your hair is swollen. So humidity is a big issue no matter where you live, and so is the tools that people use. So I think for me, what shaped me is going to all these different places and living in different cities and meeting different people and realizing that as many places as you go, people basically still have the same needs. And so while it's made me more open and sensitive to diversity and culture, it's also made me realize that from Europe to Louisiana, humidity and heat are a big issue, and those are the things that we have to really try to tackle and combat and give people solutions that are results oriented, not just marketing, not just telling people what they want to hear, but that the product actually does what it's supposed to do.
Well, listen, I thank you, and I want you to just let folks know that they need to listen out for your new commercial right here on the Hair Radio Broadcast Network. And we're going to be keeping everybody informed when you come out with this item. I mean, it looks like it really is going to revolutionize what's happening out there. So good luck to you, and we'll be here to support you.
And thank you Hair Talk Radio. I really appreciate you guys. I appreciate your support, and I look forward to us really becoming a community of professionals.
On that note, keep it right here, folks. There's a whole lot more of the Hair Radio Morning Show to come. Stay with us.
I can't explain what I'm feeling. I'm lost for words.
to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Kerry Hines, and I have a very special guest with us today. His name is Dr. Joel Freeman. Now, he is the founder, CEO, and president of the Freeman Institute. Dr. Freeman, I'd like to welcome you to the Hair Radio Morning Show.
Well, it's my pleasure to be with you, Kerry.
Absolutely. Now, first of all, we've got to start at the beginning. Tell everyone what the Freeman Institute is.
It's a company I started back about 21, 22 years ago, and we have 8 arenas of expertise, and that ranges from workshops and retreats and keynote addresses to culture change, reality-based organizational change, and then I do executive success coaching. I do Black History and Diversity Day presentations, and I have a whole aspect that deals with entrepreneurship and business intelligence and creativity, and then do open registration seminar events for communities, and then also develop the Rosetta Stone replica. The Rosetta Stone is not the language software company, it's the actual artifact that was used to cracked the code to hieroglyphics back in early 1800s, and the original is in the British Museum. It was made in Egypt on the west bank of the Nile. They found it in 1799. French soldiers did. But anyway, I have the world's first and only full-size 3-dimensional replica that's available for the general public, and also have my own publishing company and other projects we work with. So that kind of gives you pretty much a quick overview of the Institute.
Sure. And tell the folks out there, where is the Institute located? And we'll take it from there in terms of what it's all about.
Sure. It's in Maryland, not far from Annapolis, Maryland.
Okay. And so I want to just let everybody know, as you were kind enough to just kind of give us a quick overview of the Freeman Institute. But when I looked at your website at freemaninstitute.com, I saw quite a bit of information, so many different things that really kind of piqued my interest, and I was just blown away, to be quite frank with you, Dr. Freeman. One of the things that we'll get into, there's so many different aspects, like I said, that we're going to get into, but one of my favorite parts that I uncovered on your site, of course, like some of the, on the lighter side, some of the quotes that you have there are just fantastic. And so, I just wanted to let you know that I'm someone who gravitates towards quotes and things of that nature. So when I saw it, and I look at your your long list of items that you have on your site, and I see that you cover kind of everything. You really do. And you outline it there, you put it there. It's a lot of work that has gone into this. You have some wonderful things that you're doing, obviously, in the way of education. And you have, some great things, historical content, reference. And then my other part of this that I absolutely love is that you have a huge collection, of artifacts and things that that document the African American experience, or the African experience, I guess, if you were on some level. So, we want you to walk us through just about everything. So, and then I'm going to end with the entrepreneurship, because that's another part of this that fits into a great deal of where we are today at the Hair Radio Morning Show and what we talk about quite often. So I've got a whole thing on that to kind of cover with you. So let's talk about this particular, before we even get into Annie Malone, which we will definitely get into, let's talk about I think I saw something that you had written, a documentary, if you will, on a white man's journey into, or through Black America, I think it was. Why don't you tell the folks about this and how all this came to be, why this came to be, and how you got involved? Because I understand that you're from Canada. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, what happened is I ended up leaving home when I was 17. I come from a little town of Three Hills, Alberta, Canada, And I left home at 17, just started hitchhiking all around North America, long-haired hippie, dope-smoking fool, and just traveled probably 6,000 miles on my thumb, pretty much all around North America. And then I had an experience that actually changed my life. That really caused me to revisit, what my purpose was and what my goals were. I signed up for Bible school the next day, and
how old were you, if I may ask, at that point?
I was,
if you don't mind.
I was actually about 17.
Really?
I was 19 years of age. I'm sorry, 19 at that point.
Wow. Okay.
And then I ended up going to school. I became a pastor. I became chaplain for the Bullets, the Wizards, and the NBA.
Wow.
One of the first chaplains in the history of the NBA. And I started that in 1978-79 season. And
so what are the chaplain, for those of us who don't know, obviously we know what a chaplain does in general, but what did a chaplain for the NBA do exactly? Like, how does all that work?
I'm actually writing a book about it right now called Finding the Open Man, subtitled The Surprising Benefits of Unselfishness. And basically the whole idea behind being a chaplain is to be a confidant, a friend, someone without any hidden agenda, someone who keeps everything in absolute confidence and is just there for the guys. Is not there to take, but to give. And it's such a rare situation for so many NBA players because most people have a hidden and sometimes not so hidden agenda. And so sometimes they don't even know for a year to 2 years what their real agenda is for some people that want to get close to them, either through their kids, their wife or family, parents. They try to get through to the player. And so really I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to do it, and so I just knew I could love these guys unconditionally, and I could be a listening ear. I didn't always have the right thing to say, perhaps, but I could at least listen. And I think that over 20 seasons, I mean, there are 6 coaching changes, and generally speaking, a new coach brings in his or her new people, depending on the WNBA or NBA or whatever. They just clear the deck and start with their own people. And to have survived 6 coaching changes, I still shake my head. It's remarkable to me that even happened. But it was a great ride. Got to know a lot of players and their families, and that, in a nutshell, is what it's all about.
So you probably, well, I also understand that you used to get a lot of questions from these guys, and that's kind of what also helped to prompt you and kind of push you forward with, getting to have a deeper understanding. So what kind of questions did they pepper you with?
Well, what happened is of course, you can imagine when I was 25 years of age when this happened, and my first season, and I've always looked rather young, and you can imagine I probably looked about 16 or 17 years of age when I was 25, and so they're looking at each other and saying, "You mean we're supposed to spill our guts to that guy? You got to be kidding me!" And so it was earning their respect. But I think that they were testing the seams of my soul and trying to, and the sincerity of my heart by asking questions. It's probably unconscious. I don't think it was a conscious grilling or anything like that. But over time, they began to ask questions like, what did Jesus look like? What part did people of African descent have to play in biblical and extra-biblical history? Just questions like that I found that I did not have the responses to. Heck, I didn't even know what questions to ask. And so what happened is that little by little, it forced me to start researching so that I could have some type of a credible response to them. Then you fast forward. That was my first inkling, real inkling, that I needed to grow and expand. I never was interested in history in school, but that got me started. Then you fast forward to about 1995, I met a gentleman by the name of Don Griffin. he was the senior HR manager for a company, and by that time in '93, I had stopped pastoring and decided to take my pastor's heart into the business world. So I launched my own company called the Freeman Institute. And at that point, I was at his job, working, doing some events for his senior leadership team. And between sessions, Don began to share with me his journey as an African-American male, growing up, and some of the latest revelations and understandings he had about himself, about history, and it fascinated me. So I began to study some of the things that he was saying, began to research. I had that much respect for him. And I remember going to the library time and time again. There's no internet at the time. And I just would get what we used to call VHSs, or videos.
Right, remember those.
And so I'd bring home a video, let's say a series called Africa, A Voyage of Discovery by Basil Davidson. It was a BBC series, a man from Great Britain. And then I'd pick up the Eyes on the Prize, Part 1, Part 2, The Promised Land, about the move from the south to especially the Chicagoland area. And I just began to read books, and then I bumped into Ivan Van Sertima. And I remember calling him up. Someone gave me his home phone number. I called him up, and I said, you don't know me, and I barely know you, but I would like to get to know you. And what happened is that he began to share things with me, and then he got my address. The next thing I knew, 3 weeks later, I got a big, huge box of his books that he edited and wrote. And then I called him back and asked him if he would become my historical guide, my main historical guide. And we spent hours on the phone together, where I'd read a book, and I'd redline it, I'd ask all kinds of questions, and he let me ask any off-the-wall question that was ricocheting around in my little pea brain. It was just a fascinating experience.
Wow.
We had a great time talking. He's passed away now since 2009, and I miss him, on many levels, but especially just hanging out with him on the phone, just talking with him about various things, bouncing ideas around. So that kind of was the genesis to, and then I met a gentleman by the name of Mark Mitchell, who has a huge Black history collection, and Mark and I began to talk, and I just saw the power of his collection, just the impact it had. It is a transcendent quality, transcending race and gender and generation and religion, class. I mean, just fascinating. And so I began to, he became a mentor of mine, and I began to develop my own collection, which is now well over 3,000 pieces. The oldest piece dates back to 1553. I've been able to do exhibits at the United Nations twice, and plus they've used some of my pieces and information on international exhibit that's going around the world right now. Clinton Presidential Library have done things in conjunction with the White House communications staff. Also, Secret Service 4 years in a row, FBI, just fascinating stuff that has emerged as a result of this collection. It's opened up doors, and I find that especially when I'm speaking about diversity or Black history, it opens up the minds and hearts to receive what I have to share, because when people see 20, 30, 40 pieces of my collection and exhibit before I speak, now they're intrigued. What's this white guy all about? What's his deal? What's motivating him? And that's the cartoon bubble above everybody's head. And so I'm able to respond best I can to that. In fact, I have a website called whitemansstory.com. That white man's, no apostrophe on the S, man's, but whitemansstory.com. And that's my online response to that question that people have about what motivated me to get involved.
Well, I also want to talk a little bit more about this amazing collection that everybody is talking about, of course, that you indicated, over 3,000 pieces. I think I saw in your video or somewhere where it even had like the shackles, if you will, for that some of the slaves may have, worn or what have you, in addition to so many other different things. What are some of the other standout items that are included in the collection? And I understand that it is online to some degree.
Yes, blackhistorycollection.com gives kind of a brief overview of some of the pieces, but it's blackhistorycollection.com, singular. And, that one pair of shackles that I received, I was over in Ghana at the Slave Coast Castle, and I was talking with a gentleman there. His name was Stephen Danica, and I began to share with him a little bit about, the film that I had co-created with Don Griffin and the book and some other things in my collection. And then I said, how would it be possible for me to get a pair of shackles, a set of shackles from here, from Africa? And he says, I don't know, but I'll find out. And he brought everything before the village elders there, and they voted unanimously to donate a set to me, which he sent to me. And I just blown away that they were that kind, and because I'm sure it's not an unlimited number of shekels they have available, and for them to do that, I just feel so respected by the individuals who voted on this, and of course also Stephen Danica. And so the other pieces, what I've tried to do, Carrie, is to develop kind of a more of a global picture, because I find that here in America and in some parts of Canada also, there's this intractable black-white situation where it's very hard to understand, to cross that no man's land, or so to speak, between the two races. And so I've tried to bring more of an international view, and because I really think that once people begin to realize that there were things going on in South America. In fact, there's well over 3 million that right now that speak Spanish and Portuguese, people of African descent in South Africa, and many people can't imagine that and cannot understand it. But it just is. I have documents going back to 1553 from Peru, from Ecuador, from Argentina. Some of them are written in Old Spanish, so that even if someone knows Spanish today, they cannot even read these other documents. You have to have a specialized understanding about the Old Spanish script. And these are all slave documents. I've got 11-page document from a hospital where slaves were, if they got sick, that's where they went, St. Bartholomew, just outside of Lima, Peru. And it's just an astonishing thing. And then also what I've tried to do with the collection is I tried not to spend so much time documenting the horrific nature of the slave trade and all the rest of it, even though that's a part of the picture and is a necessary part of the picture. What I've tried to do is to showcase the inventiveness of it and the creativity of people who have been under the boot of slavery and the trade, and
and what have you found for the most part? Right.
Well, what I've discovered is I developed a metaphor that is not new, but I've applied it to this situation. It's called Blades of Grass in a Concrete Jungle. I commissioned a 90-second animated video that people can see on YouTube, Blades of Grass in a Concrete Jungle. And what it basically is they create as a metaphor for all the horrific things that have happened, ranging from lynching, the Black Code laws, and just the Depression, where blacks were hired last and fired first, and just so many issues that it's impossible to exaggerate the horrific nature what people endured. But then we talk about the blades of grass who came up through, cracked through, and sometimes exploded through the concrete. So the thicker the concrete, the more inspirational the story. So by using this metaphor, it gives permission to talk about the horrific nature without it being a downer. Because then, as I mentioned, the thicker the concrete, the more inspirational the story. Once we begin to understand how terrible it was, and then we see the accomplishments of individuals in spite of how terrible it was, my goodness, to myself, I say, man, I think I've got problems. I mean, here's an example of somebody who had everything stacked against them, and they still made something of their lives and an inspiration to their families. I mean, we all have concrete internally. Stuff like, hey, I'm dumb, I'm stupid, I can't make it, I'm a fraud. If people really knew what I was all about, that's the stuff that echoes in the minds and the hearts of just about every human being. And at one point or another, they can actually rob them of their purpose and their potential.
Right.
And so that we all have that internal concrete. I'm too short, I'm too fat, I'm too skinny, I'm too tall, I'm too this, I'm too that. My ears are too big, my ears are too small, my hair is not enough. All that kind of stuff that gurgles around. But then you add to it the systemic issues in a culture that provide external concrete that actually can become so terrible and so demanding of a person's attention that it can actually cripple them and come rolling over them and just say, well, I guess I'm nothing. I might as well commit suicide. I might as well do something harmful to myself so that I sabotage my own success. But here are people that came up through it in spite of it, and that to me is, I just shake my head, and every time I see pieces from Annie Malone and Madam C.J. Walker and Frederick Douglass and Toussaint Louverture and other individuals, Marcus Garvey, I mean, the list goes on and on and on of individuals, Pearl Bailey. It just is astonishing to me what these individuals accomplished. And so what I've tried to do is develop a touchstone, if you will. For instance, like Pearl Bailey, I have the actual check that she was paid for her part in Porgy and Bess. And
really?
I'm not going to tell you how much it was, because someone might say, how much was that? I'm going to say you have to go to blackhistorycollection.com and do a search for Pearl Bailey, and you'll find out how much she was paid for her part in the movie that came out in the early 50s. And so it just is amazing when you think of what people like her accomplished. I have Ethel Waters, her contract, her book, His Eyes on the Sparrow. It was a smash bestseller. And I have the actual contract signed by her and her co-author, the one who, the ghostwriter, not the ghostwriter because he was declared that he wrote the book, but co-author with her, Charles Samuels. And then I have other items in here.
Well, Dr. Freeman, was it hard to kind of gather these items? How do you find these items? I mean, is it easier nowadays because of the internet, I guess I should ask?
It's actually very difficult. If someone were to embark upon a collection like this right now...
if I were to start a collection today, I don't think I would be able to do it. It would
be virtually impossible, and I'm not kidding. It is. Wow. I know what's out there and what's not out there, and it is... the stuff that you get now are just reproductions, and there's a lot of fakes, and it's very hard. For instance, I have an original letter, handwritten letter by Frederick Douglass. It's almost priceless because where could you find one? Someone might say, "Well, I've got everything." No, you don't. You don't have a handwritten letter by Frederick Douglass.
No, that's huge.
Someone like an Oprah or you name the names out there of individuals that would be interested. I mean, if they went out to look for it, they couldn't find some items that I've been able to bring together.
Wow. Well, I have to say, let me just remind everybody and kind of bring everybody up to where we are. If you've just joined us, you're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. Now, today's guest is Dr. Joel Freeman, and he is the founder, CEO, and president of the Freeman Institute in Maryland. And I think we've been kind of following along and just thoroughly impressed with the amount of information that you have. You are truly a historian in every sense of the word, and an entrepreneur, and you just cover everything. Really, I don't think I've seen anybody in a long time like this who I just
we're all blown away with this kind of information, this knowledge, and the willingness that you share, just putting it out there, and it's quite remarkable. So I'm going to kind of turn to, well, you know what? I do want to talk a little bit about Annie Malone and some of the other folks that you write about. And I know we kind of glossed over the book a bit that you wrote with the gentleman Don Griffin, I believe.
Don Griffin, yes.
So I want you to talk about the book specifically. Tell the folks a little bit more. Are we able to get a copy of this book?
Yes, it can be gotten online on Amazon or anywhere else, and or they can contact me after the program or something like that, and I'd be happy to sign a copy for them and send it to them.
Sure. Right.
But
now it's called Return to Glory. I just want to make sure that that's clear. Return to Glory.
Subtitled The Powerful Stirring of the Black Man. And the first half is all about the historical content, and that's the half that Don wrote. The second half has to do with the mental, emotional, spiritual roadmap to wholeness. And in that last part, I detail how a person can walk through the grieving process. Because I remember when I was interviewing people for the book, especially because the book is targeting especially young men, ages about 12 to about 27. And while we were researching this, we had people tell us, "You're crazy. Why would you want to write a book? Because if you want to hide something from young African American men, you just put it in a book, right?" That's what they're telling us. And they said, "You're wasting your time. You got to use more visual, music, whatever other means and methodologies to reach your target audience." But we kept on going with it, and I'll tell you,
which is a horrible stereotype all in it, unto itself.
It is absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. But that was the messaging message we were getting from people we were interviewing for the book.
Right.
So anyway, what happened is the second half deals with the mental, emotional, spiritual roadmap. And so what I did is, you can imagine on a suspicion scale from somewhat to extremely suspicious. We're banging on the extremely suspicious end of the scale when I'm interviewing someone, let's say, for the book. And they're saying, why are you writing this book, and who are you, and what are you all about? And so what I did is I asked a question that changed the tone of every single interview and brought some of us some interviews from 45 minutes to sometimes 4, 6, maybe even 8 hours. Some dear friendships emerging. And here's the question that changed the tone of every single interview. Do you remember the moment when you realized that because of the color of your skin, that the rules were somehow different for you? Now, by asking that question, to have a 65-year-old man pause, look out the window, and then look back at me, and then tell me with brilliant clarity what happened when he was 5 or 6 years of age, remembering the weather, what he was wearing, his mother's response when he told her about it, and just, my goodness, it really, that question changed the tone, because I began to then see that there was a whole grieving process. After that moment, whether it's 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 10 or 12 or 19 or 20 years of age, depending on the situation, to then go from that moment to what Elizabeth Kubler-Ross wrote when she was still alive. She wrote a book about the grieving process. And grieving, we've all lost loved ones or lost a dream, but grieving is all about loss. And so the loss that I began to identify, because my PhD work is in psychology, and I think in that direction, began to see that the loss had to do with, it was the loss of innocence. That all of a sudden a young kid, a young boy, young girl, a young individual, suddenly it's like the scales have been taken off. It's like the blinders have been taken off, and they now can see, wow, they hate me just because of the color of my skin? You got to be kidding me. And then the grieving process, ranging from denial to depression to just all the different aspects that go with the whole grieving process. And in the book, I spend a chapter on each layer, each aspect of the grieving process. And of course, it isn't a neat, nice and tidy while I'm moving from one part to the next, never to be revisited, but a person could be in whatever acceptance means, because who knows what that means. A person could be in acceptance at 4:30 in the afternoon and be back at square one at 7 o'clock that night, and working through the whole process again. So that began to really unlock to me the doorway, the gateway to understanding what humans go through in a situation like this, and it just had an astonishing impact on me.
Well, you know something, Dr. Freeman, I have to ask you, and I think this is about as good a time as any. When you see all of the things that are happening in the country in these current times, and you being a person of faith and education and all the above, and what can you say, and how do you I don't even know how to explain it. What are your thoughts on it? I'm just curious.
Well, I think that humans are humans wherever we go. In other words, if you're a Korean in Japan, you're going to be experiencing some crazy situations. If you are let's say a gypsy in Hungary or in Sweden, you're going to be experiencing situations that are very, very difficult. And if you're from one tribal system or another tribal system, warring against another tribal system in Africa, very similar dynamics. Same color of skin in all in these accounts, except Korean and Japanese might have just a variation of the color of skin. But and also in Mexico, if you're darker skin or lighter skin color, the darker skinned individuals deal with incredible discrimination. In Italy, if you're from North Italy versus South Italy. In Great Britain, just the sound of your speech. If you're from Yorkshire or Scotland, and you're talking with someone who's from London, from a certain part of London, there's immediate, the moment the person opens their mouth, there's an immediate class system that emerges. My point being is that for me, I think that wherever we go, there's going to be this kind of situation. And I think it's important for us to understand the history so that we never repeat it, personally. Let me tell you a quick story. I was down at Los Alamos National Laboratory some years back, about 7, 8, maybe 10 years ago now. And I was speaking at their Martin Luther King event. And I talked about the moment, and I talked about the grieving process. And there was a gentleman there who was very high up at Los Alamos National Laboratory at the time, a man of African descent. He came up to me afterwards and began to share with me his story a little bit. And then after he shared with me his story, he said, he says, when I experienced the moment, when I realized, because of the color of my skin, that the rules were somehow different for me, he said, it was like a hurricane force wind came against me. He was no more than about 6, 7 years of age. And he said, in fact, by the way, when you think about a hurricane, it takes about, 75 miles per hour for a wind to get a name. And he said that what happened is that he said, I learned as a young man how to lean into the wind. I learned how to have a sense of humor in the midst of the wind. I learned, it was a dark sense of humor, but I had a sense of humor.
Right.
I learned how to be successful in spite of the wind. I learned how to have relationships with people in spite of the wind, but I knew the wind was there. And he says later on, I rose pretty high in the ranks. I got a job in Japan. He said, I went to Japan and got a tour there. And he said, the moment I got off the airplane, he says, wouldn't you know it, the wind stopped. And remember what I said about the Korean and Japanese. If you're Korean, the wind is at about 120 miles per hour for you. But as a man of African descent, he said the wind has stopped for him. About 3-4 weeks later, there were a delegation from D.C. came to visit, and he said they met at a restaurant, and he said within the first 5 minutes, he said at the restaurant, he says, I felt the wind pick up again. It was just crazy, strange. Then he looked at me. He's a no BS kind of guy. He looked at me straight in the eye, and as serious as a heart attack. He said, for some reason, I don't feel any wind coming from you. Now, Carrie, I don't know. It just struck me so incredibly hard what he said to me. And I thought, I got in the car. I mean, we're I had to get to Albuquerque to get on the plane to come back to Baltimore. A couple of times I had to pull over because I was crying so much, because it meant so much to me. And I just, at that point, I began to pray. I began to talk to God. I said, I never want to be a person who sponsors the wind for my wife, for my kids, for my next-door neighbors, people at church, people wherever I go, and be in cross-cultural situations. I don't want to be a sponsor of the wind. And not if, but when I do sponsor the wind, I just want to be man enough to go to that person, whoever it might be, and ask for forgiveness and apologize. And repair as best as I can. Now, I think that is a metaphor, if you will, for how things can change. It's one by one, people reaching out, and in spite of the pain. Henry Nouwen wrote a book called The Wounded Healer, and I think that's what it's all about. That in spite of our wounds, in spite of the history, that we all seek to understand before seeking to be understood. That's what Augustine said in the 4th century. Wow. Seek to understand before seeking to be understood. Those are words worth embroidering. But
I love
what's
that.
cool about that statement is that it doesn't preclude the need to be understood, but it's all about understanding. And I think if every one of us, within the sound of my voice, myself included, if every one of us over the next 30 days said, I am going to seek to understand before seeking to be understood, with our spouses, with our kids, with our next-door neighbors, everybody, and just I think it could have a profound impact on our on the quality of our lives, on our experiences, and the impact on our work experience, everything that we can imagine. So that's what I think it needs to happen. And so every pore in every bone, every tissue in my body, every cell in my body, I want to be committed to that. I want to be committed to impacting other people, like the hot coal principle. The old days we had the hibachi grill, and you put the briquettes in there, and there's only one or two that are hot, and then you kind of bring the other ones that are cold, you bring them up next to the hot ones, and you hope they catch fire. And so I just think if we can get just some people that are hot coal, briquette coals, and with this message, and little by little, the whole purpose behind the collection. I hold things lightly. That collection, the whole purpose of the collection is to help create an opening in the hearts for people to hear this message. And the books I write, everything is all designed to help open up doors and hearts, minds to these kinds of things, to get out of small-mindedness, to kind of move. We can't deny the pain, but it's kind of like a ratchet wrench. A lot of people view the click, 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 the backwards movement, just as that, a backwards movement. But actually, when you think about the purpose of the ratchet wrench to loosen a bolt or tighten a bolt, when you do the click, 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 that's an important part of the whole purpose of the ratchet wrench. What's my point? The point is I think sometimes we just need to take a step back, take a look at our pain, click, 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 and it's uncomfortable, turn the music off, turn the external stimulation off, and just confront the pain. And we might have to do it in counseling. We might have to do it reading books. We might have to do it in prayer. In a lot of different ways we deal with the pain, but we all have to do that click, 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 and take the step back. But really, that step back is not a backward step. It's a forward step because now we're ready to confront the issues in our lives, to deal with people out of respect, mutual respect. It's not me trying to be black or someone else trying to be white. It's just saying, hey, I'm comfortable in my own skin. I'm not going to diss my own people. I'm not going to tear my own race down. I'm just going to be who I am, and I'm going to allow you to be who you are when you come in that 5-foot zone around me. And so that's what it's all about, I think.
Wow. Well, I think you put it eloquently, I have to say. Let's talk about just turning a little bit over towards the entrepreneurial part of things. And I love how you really, I have to say, I read a little bit closely about some of the items in terms of you helping corporations and helping folks in terms of diversity and all kinds of different things, and customer service, and just teaching and being there to help guide folks. I was just quite impressed with all of that, Dr. Freeman. So I want to kind of just talk for a moment, and maybe we need to start off by recognizing the impact of an Annie Malone, of C.J. Walker, and then kind of talk about entrepreneurship just in general terms. And then I have something I want to mention to you, but why don't we start there? Why is it so important? And it seems like all these things are connected when I think about, the Freeman Institute. It seems like all of these things that you do, there is a theme, there is a purpose for all of these different aspects that you tackle. You do a lot, and you say a lot, and there's a reason, I believe. But I'd like for you to talk to that a little bit, about the entrepreneurship and Annie Malone and all of that. Why did you decide to include Annie Malone as part of your wonderful site and information?
Well, Kerry, you are right. There's no more than 2 degrees of separation between any two things that I'm involved with. In fact, what I did is I think it's important for everyone to do this, but I figured every major corporation or organization, faith-based, nonprofit, for-profit, whatever, most every successful organization has a vision statement, mission statement, core values, code of conduct. And I figure, why not everybody else? Why not individuals develop that? And so what I've done is I developed my own vision statement, my own mission statement, my own core values. And I detail that in the book, the workbook called If Nobody Loves You, Create the Demand. It's a book about entrepreneurship, about taking an idea to the marketplace. It's a book about discerning the difference between a viable business dream and a nightmare as quickly as possible. And it's also developed so that an organization could create an entrepreneur club so that people can learn how to deal with objections and learn how to deal with rejection. Because if people can deal with those two things, especially learning it young in life, they can be successful in whatever they do, objections and rejection. And so I think that when it comes to entrepreneurship, see, one of the things that I want to do is help community-based organizations and faith-based organizations establish galleries, Black History galleries in a community. And I think that a gallery can become, in fact, if someone goes to blackhistorygallery.com, blackhistorygallery.com, they can learn more about this model. Because I think the Black History Gallery can become like a town well for a community where people can learn about morals and values and just entrepreneurship and so many different aspects of what it means to return to glory. And so then what happens is that as a person learns about entrepreneurship, in fact, I think especially with, let's say, an organization wanting to mentor youth, if you come at a young person with the whole idea of morals and values, they're going to be gone in New York second. But if you come at them with the idea of how can we connect now with later, what do you do? Where do you want to be down the road 5-10 years from now? And what are you doing now that will connect with 5 to 10 years from now? And if what you're doing now doesn't connect with 5 to 10 years from now, then we need to revisit what you're doing now, and we can do that in a very positive way, and begin to understand that the future is a connection of the eternal now. These moments that we connect together that become the future. And so I think it's important to bring a group of young people together, let's say, and say let's have an entrepreneur club, And by the way, let's develop an entrepreneurial business together. And I developed a whole magazine project around that that's going crazy around the country right now. And let's develop a project so that you can learn how to deal with objections and rejection. And then you can learn how to shake a hand firmly while you're looking squarely in someone's eyes. You can learn how to dress in a manner that's going to be one less speed bump for someone to go over to get to you as a person. We're going to learn how to just the way we communicate, what we say, how we say it, when we say it, time, tone, tact. We're going to look at all these different aspects. We look at your values, your morals, your character. But you see, all this stuff gets slipped in through the side door. And it's along the way, all this stuff becomes introduced because, if you want to be successful, if you want to make more money, if you want to be a person that has a greater purpose in life and attracts people to you, your counsel is in demand, you have to start looking at these other areas. But if you lead with that foot, the other area foot, it's going to drive them away. But if you lead with the foot, of success in entrepreneurship, because we're all either going to be an employer or an employee. And I prefer to train up employers, people with an entrepreneurial mindset that can end up hiring 100, 1,000, 10,000 people down the road.
Exactly.
And provide jobs for families. And that's the kind of mindset I like to prepare people for, and so that they're almost not content for anything else but that.
Exactly. Well, I love that. I really do. And that makes a lot of sense to me. Speaking of which, I see that you have the video there. I didn't get a chance to discover that before we began to chat today. But I'd like to talk a little bit about the Madam C.J. Walker items that you have. And I believe they're part of your collection. Or tell us a little bit about that, and how did you, we'll turn to the hair part of it.
Okay.
How did you get that, and talk a little bit about that? And I'm looking at your video, but I don't have the sound up. So, walk me through a little bit of what all of that is about.
Well, Madam C.J. Walker, most everyone has heard of her. And because when I'm in a crowd, let's say 1,000 people, and I ask, how many here of Madam C.J. Walker? And hands go up everywhere. She's an incredible person. She fought against lynching. She gave money for fighting against lynching. She went to Washington, D.C. to help create legislation against lynching. She was a woman of great character who helped to develop entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs. And yet the question I generally have in a situation like that is, okay, what well did she draw her water from? What shoulders did she stand on to become who she was? And so I bumped into Annie Malone. And hardly in that same crowd of 1,000 people, you might have 99% of the folks raising their hand about Annie Malone, about Madam C.J. Walker, but then you might have 3 or 4 people saying they know who Annie Malone is.
Correct.
So I figured I'm going to make it part of my life mission is to help people know about who Annie Malone is.
Yes.
Because she
was... Yes, go ahead. Go right ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. She was...
Oh, no. She was an incredible person. She was actually... she trained up over 75,000 women entrepreneurs. She trained Madam C.J. Walker in 1905, and Madam C.J. Walker became a Poro agent, because that was the name of her college, Poro College. She built this beautiful building in St. Louis, Missouri, 4 stories high. It looks. I have an original book that people can get off Amazon if they go to porocollege.com. And Poro College, it's just very simple. The first word is 4 letters. Poro, P as in Paul, O as in ocean, R as in Ralph, O as in ocean, Poro, like P-O-R-O, college.com. And they'll see this building, and then they'll also see a booklet that she published back in 1926. And a part of my Black History collection, I have an original one of those 1926 booklets. There's very few of them around. And when you open up the booklet, the first thing you start looking at is how incredible this building is. It's like it's straight. If I just showed you a picture of some of the rooms, you would swear it's out of Wall Street, New York. And this particular building was a building where she trained up, as I mentioned, over 75,000 women entrepreneurs who she gave cash awards to for saving accounts or home purchases. She gave a diamond ring to them after 5 years of service. Her philanthropy toward them and toward others was legendary. And this building is just an incredible place that she created for this. She owned a whole city block in Chicago. She paid, imagine this, 1926 alone, she paid over $40,000 in taxes. Just think about that.
Amazing.
One of the first people in the entire state of Missouri to own a Rolls Royce. And
so who was actually the very first self-made female African American millionaire? Was it Annie Malone, or was it? I mean, not that it, is something we should, compare on any level. But I'm just curious because I've always grown up thinking it was Madam C.J. Walker with all of her, things and accomplishments.
Yeah, from all the research I've done, if I were a betting man, and I'm not a gambling man, but if I were, I'd bet the farm that Annie Malone was the first millionaires of African descent, female millionaires in the country.
And that's what I'm getting. But why? How on this earth? I try to figure this out as well. How did? And I love both, and all the things that they stand for.
They both are wonderful. Yes,
absolutely.
And that's not even part of the discussion here.
Right, exactly. But how on this earth did Madam C.J. Walker take all the things that she learned, which I'm sure was a wonderful tribute to Annie Malone, and seems that it seems like we only remember or know of the accomplishments of the student as opposed to the teacher.
I think a lot of it had to do with Annie Malone. What happened is that she ended up getting married in, I think it was 1924-ish, right around there. And what happened is that after she got married, her husband, he was not a very good man. And he caused such incredible problems for her that I just shake my head. And felt that he was due so much more than and they ended up getting divorced. Let me put it that way.
Wow.
And from that point on, what happened is her business became. She was if you look at her building and everything that she did, it was incredible, impeccable. Clean. It was orderly. It was. You could see the record system she had. My point being is that this was an incredible person. But after the wedding, then what happened is that he began to sabotage everything. And she never recovered. Then the IRS got involved, and she never recovered from that at all. Here's a college that employed in 1926 175 people with franchise outlets in North America, South America, Africa, the Philippines. A wealthy, wealthy woman, and then at the end of her life, she pretty much dies destitute. And all that's left right now is the orphanage, the Annie Malone Orphanage, that was a facility on Good Avenue. I don't know if you remember the song "Johnny Be Good" by Chuck Berry.
Yes.
He grew up on Good Avenue, right around the corner, and that's where the spelling Johnny Be Good, Goode, in the song, it comes from that Good Avenue.
All this time, I thought it was just Johnny Be Good, Good. So
yes, Goode. Wow. If you look it up on the internet, you'll see that's how it's spelled.
Wow.
And he later became a beautician under the Porro system. He graduated in 1952 because he thought the music thing wasn't going to work. And so he became a beautician, and of course his song songs just took off, and he never went back to it. But
right. Amazing. So, okay, well, that explains a great deal for us on that, because I was just curious. I'm really sad to understand that she had that kind of ending. But you know what? I always like to remind folks, and it always seems to me that it's always those who are incredibly talented and creative, and they always attract a certain kind of the opposite, if you will. I don't know. It just seems very strange to me. But anyway,
some people make great personal choices and bad business choices, and other people make bad business, bad personal choices and good personal choices.
Yeah, that's
amazing.
To me. Exactly. Well, listen, thank you so much. This is great. Folks, if you've just joined us, we have really been kind of getting a great education, a great understanding of so many historical elements and things that we kind of knew a little bit about, or we kind of heard about, and some of us have read some things, but not others. So we're so excited to have the gentleman behind the Freeman Institute. He is the founder, CEO, and president, Dr. Joel Freeman, and he's with us today. And this is just, I'm still kind of stuck on the 3,000, more than 3,000 pieces that you have in the Black History collection. I can't wait to come and see that. So I'm very, very excited.
Thank you so much.
I'm very excited about it. Sure. So this is just wonderful. And we're going to tell the folks again, why don't you do that, Dr. Freeman? Tell the folks how they can reach you, how they can find out the items that they really need to focus on some of these. I mean, you have quite a bit of information.
Well, I think if people can go to blackhistorycollection.com, blackhistorycollection.com, and then at the very bottom of the page is all of my contact information. And so then I'd be very happy to talk with them if they want to order a book, a film version of the book, Return to Glory, the entrepreneurship book, anything at all, or just want to talk maybe about something in there that they have a collection or a few pieces and they're wondering about it. I'd be very happy to talk with people. And so that's probably the best way, blackhistorycollection.com.
We're going to, of course, stay on top of all of this and bring you back, Dr. Freeman. We're going to keep, we've got you now. And there is a whole lot of this that we're going to delve into on a regular basis, because this is something that's so critical and important for us to have a greater understanding about. And I feel so honored and lucky right now. I feel so lucky that I've been able to come across your information. I'm just very grateful. Now, I have to say, before we close out, I had mentioned this at the top of the interview. I love the quotes that you've assembled. I don't know who wrote them, but I just love them. One of them, and these are just a couple of them that I just said, oh, wow, how great. Patience is not waiting. It's how you act while you're waiting. That's one. I love that. And I think that says so much. And my other favorite that I seem to just picked up again from looking at, started at freemaninstitute.com, and I saw this, and it's like age doesn't always bring wisdom. Sometimes age comes alone. So I just love that. That says it all. So I want to just say you are just extraordinary. So
you know what?
You're extraordinary.
I'm an expert in this or that. I'm not an expert. I'm just a student. That's why I'll always be a student, learning.
Wow.
Like someone once said that you can't learn with your mouth open. It's just more of a situation. You just really want to. I'm always someone that I want to just learn. Because generally speaking, you aren't learning much when your lips are moving, and so I just want to be a person who listens at least twice as much than I speak. Although I did a lot more speaking today than I.
Well, that's
than I like
okay.
to do.
That's exactly what I was about to say. It's okay when your lips are speaking, when they're educating so many people, countless folks who need to hear what you have to say. So I am so grateful. And now, are you on social media? We need to find out. Are you on social media at all?
I'm on Facebook. I've got about 16 pages. In fact, there's a page called Black History Collection. It's the only one on Facebook. Got over 10,000 followers on that. And got some very, very cool stuff on that. And then, of course,
you're about to have 10,001. Okay.
There's Black History Collection right on the Facebook page. And then, of
Sure.
course, I have my own personal Facebook page, and I'd love to connect with anybody. And then I'm on LinkedIn and Twitter and who knows about me and all that kind of stuff that's out there.
So we can find you. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
I'm going to have you back, as I said, right here on the Hair Radio Morning Show. Well, do you have any closing thoughts? You've been so kind to just share your perspective on all of this, and just someone who has done so much. Do you have any closing thoughts or words of inspiration or encouragement?
Well, I do. I think, speaking of the hair and beauty industry, you know, I just see how Asians have pretty much taken over, and I'm not mad at them. I think they just took advantage of a situation that was open and available. I've developed a 10-year plan on how African Americans can take back the hair care and beauty industry, starting from the top down and the bottom up. And I think Annie Malone figures very much into this. I would love to see this booklet get into every beauty parlor, every beauty salon, every barbershop in the country, and have people learn about Annie Malone. And then I'd like to see the most senior people in the hair care beauty industry, from the old guard companies, the new guard companies, come together in the first year, not even deal with business things, just develop relationship, to take a look at the elephants in the room, to walk through all of that, to deal with that, and then have a united, just not a united front necessarily, even though that's important, but united, just be united, and to really become good friends and understand how important this is. And then in the second year, start developing manufacturing and then distribution, and little by little, I think that there's a whole willing audience built around Annie Malone's story that could be wide open, because people will not buy black just for the sake of buying black. They want to buy something that is a good price, that's easily available, it is distributed well, is manufactured well, and you just check all the boxes off, and then someone will say, okay, now I'll buy whatever that product is. If it happens to be black, that's what I'm talking about, is to create a whole industry that can, because without if the consumers are trained and understand what's going on, I think, and then there's a product and manufacturing and distribution all set up in place to deliver it, I think that within 10 years, the whole industry can turn around and it can become something that's well within the African American community. But I think Annie Malone is the key for all of this.
Well, I just want to remind the folks, and the book that you're talking about, exactly, the title and how we can get our hands on that book again.
Madam Walker's Role Model. It can be found on Amazon, eBay, but if someone goes to Poro College, P-O-R-O, Paul Ocean, Ralph Ocean, porocollege.com, they can see how to order it. And I think it's such an important piece of history. You know, Carrie, I reached out to the leaders in the hair care beauty industry, and only found 2 or 3 that even knew who Annie Malone was. And I said, you know, that this is an important thing for people to learn about her, so then they can begin to reanimate her legacy.
Well, I'll tell you something. It starts today. Dr. Freeman, I want to thank you again for being our very special guest right here on the Hair Radio Morning Show. We're going to have you back to kind of, continue this wonderful conversation. I think it was a great start, and you've helped to peel back just a little bit for us. And we've got some work to do. We've got some work to do. So we're going to have you back. Well, listen, I want to thank you again, and you, please remain on the line, Dr. Freeman. I'm going to close us out here, and we're going to chat. All right, folks, keep it right here. There's a whole lot more of the Hair Radio Morning Show to come. Thanks so much, Dr. Freeman.
It's summertime, and the ladies of Natural Born Hats have done it again. For the summer season, Natural Born Hats will have fedoras, floppy sun hats, military, and a 5-panel hat to round it off. Different styles, same protection of a satin lining that will prevent the blaze of the sun from drying out your hair follicles as well as burning your scalp. But that's not all. Natural Born Hats will be introducing bucket hats and turbans. So if you're not a fan of the floppy hat, try a bucket hat for the beach. And if you want to hide those braids and twists in the style or for even deep conditioning on the go, try a turban. And if you're going to be in Philadelphia in May, we have an upcoming natural hair show on May 30th. For more information, check us out on Instagram at Natural Born Hats.
If you want to get rich in the hair business, then you need to get educated. Visit us at www.hairradioschool.education. Do you want to be inspired by the hair and beauty industry? Then education is going to be key. At the Hair Radio Online School, we offer great enrichment courses, awesome business classes, and much, much more. And most classes are under $99, making them affordable. The Hair Radio Online School is now open for enrollment. You can contact us at hairradio.com or call 1-800-526-2610. That's 1-800-526-2610.
All right, it's been a great day here on the Hair Radio Morning Show. Just a fantastic Tuesday. Listen, I'm Kerry Hines. I want to thank you so much for joining us. Coming up on tomorrow's broadcast, we have the absolutely favorite around here, Miss Shanna Van Ness. She'll be with us live on the air in the middle hour. We do want you to join us. And I want to say a shout-out to our wonderful friends at PositivePower21.org. This is Jerry Royce's live network and all the folks over there. And thank everybody just for joining us. And we're going to be doing some great things. So thanks again for being with us. And we're going to go ahead and close out today's broadcast. Have a great day, everybody.
Blog Talk Radio.
Birds flying high, you know how it feels. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze nobody, you know how it feels. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good. Yeah, 'cause when you shine, you know how I feel. There's all the time, you know how I feel. Freedom is mine, and I know how it feels. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling good. Running free, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling it's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling good. Can't nothing hold me down. There's nothing in my way. I had some problems, y'all, but that was yesterday. There was no hope I could find. Couldn't see myself. I was blind, almost as if I never see sunshine. But this morning will change my mind, and I feel so good right now. This feels nice. I could feel this way. How long for the rest of my life?
Oh, now I'm walking tall. Oh, yeah, I'm almost there. When my sister's feeling small, I've got enough to share. There you go, have some of mine. I know how it can be sometimes. One more mountain that we've got to climb. But I promise
You're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Carrie Hines. It is Thursday, May 14th, 2015. I want to thank you so much for being with us. My great co-host, Ms. Pearl Walker. Good morning, Pearl.
Good morning, Carrie.
All right. Well, happy Throwback Thursday.
Thank you. Same to you.
Yes. So how's it going down in Memphis, Tennessee?
Just fine. We're still in the middle of the Memphis in May Festival. It's a week-long festival, and things are just coming along just fine.
Well, it sounds just fine. We cannot wait to see all of the pictures and all of that. So, definitely keep us informed. And officially welcome to all of you guys again to the Hair Radio Morning Show. It is Throwback Thursday, so we will be featuring some classic songs. We've got some great ones on the way. I'm most excited, Pearl Walker, I should say, to have with us today two extraordinary radio personalities. We're going to open up at about 7, so in the middle, our second hour. In our second hour, we're going to feature this extraordinary radio personality. You guys got to know her as she interviewed me on her show, and we've broadcast that a couple of times here on the Hair Radio Morning Show. Her name is Tina Hobson, and she does a show called I Am Superwoman. And so we're so excited to have her with us as our main featured guest this morning. Also, we've got another radio show host who is kind of like an associate of Ms. Hobson. He does his own show, and Mr. Yancey will be with us as well. So it's going to be the battle of three. I don't know if you've ever tried to get three radio hosts in the same conversation. So it's going to be quite exciting this morning. So we're real happy about that. So they'll be with us between the hours of 7 and 9. So we're broadcasting live, of course, this morning out of New York, Brooklyn to be specific. I also want to take a moment to just, again, our well wishes to the families of that horrific tragedy in my hometown, Philadelphia,
Yes.
Pennsylvania, who suffered so much with this derailment of the Amtrak train. So our hopes and prayers go to those families and folks involved. So we're going to keep all of them in our thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
And as we turn back to the Hair Radio Morning Show, we've got some great big announcements coming up a little later in the morning, as well as a whole lot of fun today. The wonderful thing about having three radio show hosts is that it is never going to be a moment of boredom whatsoever. So, guys, get ready, grab your coffee, and if you want to call in to speak with any of our guests, you may do so. Again, the number is 347-996-5040, so 5040, the last 4 digits. And or go online, of course, to blogtalkradio.com/hairradio. And we're always excited to communicate with you. We'll also open up the chat line, so if you are online, you can just hit the chat button, and there we'll be. And we'll communicate with you while we're broadcasting the show. Use the hashtag HairRadio20 or hashtag Carrie Hines. So now we've got some great music coming up. We've got some hair talk to kick off this morning. And then again, in our second hour, we'll be featuring Miss Tina Hobson and Mr. Yancey. So we want you guys to kind of stay with us. And we're going to get some music on. Some of the things that you guys remember from the past.
All right.
That sounds fine, Pearl Walker?
Yes.
Okay.
I love the music that you play. I love it.
Oh, thank you, Pearl Walker. That's really terrific. Well, listen, folks, stay with us. We've got a whole lot of the Hair Radio Morning Show to come. Stay with us.
To the left, to the left. To the left, to the left. To the left, to the left. can keep talking and that's fine. But could you walk and talk at the same time? Then it's my name that's on that tag. So remove your bags, let me call you a cab. Standing in the front yard, telling me how I'm such a fool. Talking about I'll never ever find a man like you. You got me twisted. You must not know about me. You must not know about me. I could have another you in a minute. Matter of fact, he'll be here in a minute, baby. You must not know about me. You must not know about me. I can have another you by tomorrow. Don't you ever for a second get to thinking irreplaceable. So go ahead and get gone. Call up that chick and see if she's home. Oops, I bet you thought that I didn't know. What did you think I was putting you out for? Because you wasn't true. Rolling her around in the car that I bought you. Baby, drop them keys. Hurry up before your taxi leaves. Standing in the front yard telling me how I'm such a fool. Talking about I'll never ever find a man like you. Got me twisted. You must not know about me. You must not know about me. I could have another you in a minute. Matter of fact, he'll be here in a minute, baby. You must not know about me. You must not know about me. I'll have another you by tomorrow. Don't you ever for a second get to thinking you're irreplaceable. The system not for everything. How about I'll be nothing? Nothing at all to you. Baby, I won't shed a tear for you. I won't lose a wink of sleep. 'Cause the truth of the matter is, replacing you is so easy. To the left, to the left. To the left, to the left. To the left, to the left. Everything you own in the box to the left. To the left, to the left. Don't you ever for a second get to thinking you're irreplaceable. You must not know about me. You must not know about me. I can have another you in a minute. Matter of fact, he'll be here in a minute, baby. You must not know about me. You must not know about me. I can have another you by tomorrow. Don't you ever for a second get to thinking you must not know about me. You must not know about me. I can have another you in a minute. Matter of fact, he'll be here in a minute. You can pack all your bags. We did it. 'Cause you made the bed by laying it. I can have another you by tomorrow. Don't you ever for a second get to thinking you're irreplaceable.
All right, we're back live. You're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Carrie Hines, and I am with the incomparable Miss Pearl Walker from Memphis, Tennessee. And Pearl, happy Thursday again, and happy Thursday and Throwback Thursday and all those wonderful good things.
Thank you.
Well, listen, we're moving along with the week. Tomorrow is Friday, and I do want to say coming up on Friday's broadcast, we do have the folks who are the only living legacy that I'm aware of Annie Malone. So these are the actual folks that Annie. There was an orphanage that Annie used to contribute to quite a bit and helped to really get on their feet. She didn't start it in 1888, but it was started by some other folks, but she made such a contribution to it that they renamed it years later, and before she died. So it was really, really great, and it's the Annie Malone's Like Children, and it's no longer an orphanage; it's more of a family, like a children's center now. So they do a lot of wonderful things for the community there in St. Louis, Missouri. And I thought it would be great to have them on. So they'll be with us on Friday's show. So we're really, really excited to speak with them.
So, really some cool stuff. So I'm going to put a little bit more on about Annie Malone. And then we've got some other great things as well that'll be coming up. So I'll get that on in just a bit. But we've got some wonderful interviews and things, some wonderful, wonderful good stuff that we're going to get underway. So we want you guys to kind of just sit back. And this is the time that we say to grab your cup of coffee, and we're going to just let things fly. So stay with us, folks. We've got a lot of the Hair Radio Morning Show to come stay with us. You're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Kerry Hines. Now, we have a very, very special guest with us today. He's from the world of music. You know him, Mr. David Pig Conley. I want to thank you for being with us on the Hair Radio Morning Show.
Well, hello there. Good morning, everyone.
Yes, and good morning back at you. Listen, we have to jump right on in and tell the folks, you have an extraordinary music career. You do. You have an extraordinary music career. Everybody knows the hit records with Surface. But, let's talk a little bit about what you have going on these days, and then we'll go back. We'll bounce back a little bit and kind of cover all of those wonderful hits about you guys and all of that. So I know that
Absolutely.
you guys have...
Well,
Yes, you go ahead.
No, I
was going
to say that, all roads still lead back to Surface because that's still the heart of where I came from and where I'm going as well. So we definitely are trying to bring some more of that wonderful music back to everybody. We have a new CD coming out called Surface Resurface, so we don't like to call it a comeback. We like to call it a resurface right now. And there's a lot of things to this particular project because Surface has been going through a few metamorphoses through the years. We started out with myself and Karen Copeland, and we did 3 singles, Falling in Love, When Your Ex Wants You Back, and Stop Holding Back. And then we moved into the 3 of us, which was me, Dave, and Bernard. David Townsend, he passed away in 2005 for your listeners that don't know. He was not only like my mentor and co-writer, producer, and on, but he's my best friend that I ever had too as well. Next to Bernard as well. And so he passed in 2005, so we picked up with the 2 of us from then. And then as that kind of died off, I picked up another guy by the name of John Fever. And so we're continuing the Surface legacy right now with the Resurface right now, and we've got a single coming out called We Can Fly. And we're gearing up for that now. The CD's not released yet. We finished it, and we're going to package it all up and get it ready for next month. And in the meantime, we're trying to get ready to just come to everybody's neighborhoods and start touring again and bringing that music back to them. So it's all still, I want to bring back Happy and Closer Than Friends and Show Me What You Love the first time and all those songs everybody loves and bring in some new ones as well.
Well, listen, and we have to really explore all of that amazing success that you guys had. But let's go back to the beginning for everybody first, and we're going to catch everybody up. We've got a few minutes, and I really want to get to the bottom of all of this wonderful details about your career. But tell everybody where you are from, David, and how all of this came to be. Tell everybody. Sure.
Sure. I'm originally from New Jersey. I'm a New Jersey boy, so I grew up
Jersey.
And in the time that we grew up, actually, I grew up. When I came out of high school, that's when I started into music. I was like a late bloomer, so I happened to just run into a flute in the streets when I was like 19 years old, and I don't know, God just kind of blessed me with the talent. I don't know how I was able to play it. I took it home and figured out how to put it together and play it and everything. Next thing you know, I was a musician that was totally new for me, and through that, I started venturing out onto looking for other musicians, and I ran into some other guys that were in a band called Port Authority. And in that group, there was a guy by the name of David Townsend there, and we became good friends, and we started working on music together in that band. And his father was the great Ed Townsend, who was not only a great singer on For Your Love, but he was also a great songwriter. He wrote Let's Get It On for Marvin Gaye. So he promised that he would help us out if we would get our band together, come out to Los Angeles. So we went out to Los Angeles, and he eventually hooked us up with Marvin Gaye and then contacts went here and there, and we got a record deal on 20th Century Records first with Port Authority with me and David. And that record label, we never released any of the product. So after that was over, David Townsend went over to the Isley Brothers, and I went to a group called Mandrill.
Yes.
And we eventually, when we both off a tour, we got together and we wrote the song called Falling in Love. And we found a young lady named Karen Copeland in my hometown of East Orange. And we auditioned her, and she sang the song. And next thing you know, we had a song out called Falling in Love, and the name of the group was called Surface. So David and I were...
Which was a huge hit record, yes. Yes.
Well, I love that record. I love that record so much. It wasn't a huge hit, but it was a hit in certain areas, you know.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm from New Jersey. Yes. I'm from East Orange and all of it. So yeah, this is very familiar to all of us.
Oh
yeah.
my
so
God.
I love it. I love it.
Well,
so
Frankie Crocker was the chief rocker.
Oh, of course, yes.
He called me up one day. Yeah. He said, "Man," he said, "if you come in and do Copacabana for me, you and Karen," he said, "I'll play your record." And I'm like, "You will?" And I hung the phone up, Karen, and I'm telling you, in 5 minutes, I turns the radio on WBLS, and Frankie Crocker comes on the radio and says, "Hey, I got a song out by a new group called Surface, and a good friend of mine," he said, "a good friend of mine named David Pick Conley did this song, and I'm going to play it for you." And he played Falling in Love. And I was like,
wow.
Screaming and yelling. I was like calling everybody, "Man, I got my records on." So that was the initial, thrill of having the first song on the radio. And we went for about a year or so. It was like 83 years. We went for about a year or so, me and Karen. We did 3 songs together. We did that when the X went back and stopped holding back. And then the two of us broke up. We had our little differences and stuff like that. And we eventually met Bernard Jackson. And when Bernard Jackson came in, and we just started writing songs together. The first weekend, I think we wrote about 6 or 7 songs together. It was like magic. I don't even know how it just came about.
Wow.
But between me, David Bernard, we had a little small 4-track studio at the time, and we just started cutting these songs and writing these songs. And we stayed together for a weekend, and then he went back home to Connecticut, and after he left, we had songs in there that almost like every song that we wrote initially was covered by somebody like a Gwen Guthrie, a New Edition.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you about Gwen Guthrie. Yeah, again, being from East Orange area, we know Miss Gwen Guthrie, and, so I wanted to ask you about it because I wasn't sure, but I heard that you guys had written that, which is one of my super-duper favorite songs, Ain't Nothing Going On But the Rent. I said, let me just double-check. Is that right?
Yeah,
tell me about that. I have to ask you about that. You got to tell me about that. That's our fans know that song very well.
Yeah, there's good and bad about that story, and I'll tell you, I'm not too ashamed to say it now because we were very young at the time, and I didn't know what the heck I was doing. Gwen kept telling me she wanted to do this song that she had a little ditty on, called "And Then Go Along With the Rent." She had a little hook. And so I said that I had some music. So she said, "Let's come and let's do it." So she kept, because we had already did some songs with her previous, but this was like something that she wanted to do personally. So we went to the studio, and I told her about this bass line that I had that was really kind of special. I threw that thing up underneath that song, and she started singing it. And
that was it.
Next thing you know it, we had this song up. And, this was like the first time I heard the words, the first time she heard the music. So we put it together in the studio, and I didn't still know that we were working on a hit record at the time. I still was very, very free. I didn't know. I didn't like music, but I wasn't making any money off of music or nothing like that. So it wasn't the time of like, okay, you can make a lot of money on a hit song. So I didn't know anything about that, Karen. So when the record was done, I think I produced a whole album for her because she really liked the way I worked. And then the songs that Dave and I and Bernard, the songs that we all wrote for her, I just went on in and just produced them on her. And she just liked that whole working relationship. But at the end of the record, when we were dividing up, the writers and everything, she told me that as far as that particular record, she wasn't putting me down as a writer. I said, "So you just put me down as a producer?" I said, well, I don't know about that. I said, I wrote the music and you wrote the words. Isn't that writing the song?
Mm-hmm.
And she said, well, you didn't write the words. So we kind of argued a little bit. And like I said, I was still too young in the business to really stand up for what I thought was right and wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And she was Gwen Guthrie. You know, I was just a kid.
Right.
And so I kind of just been with her. I said, you know what, I got a record on Gwen Guthrie. That's good enough for me. You know, so I just kind of left it alone. So I never got the writers to the record, even though we did write it together. And even though I played, you know, most of the music, I brought in Ira Siegel to play guitar on it. But other than that, you know, the original drums we had put down was Sly Dunbar, but then Larry Levan, when he remixed the song, he put some different drums on top of it, which I really loved. And that became the big hit record with Larry Levan, myself, and Gwen Guthrie as a collaborative effort. But I think it's just that I did the record, which gave me a little fame as opposed to actually making money off of the record, because I don't remember making any money off of the record, to tell you the truth, because it was still in the days where I was glad to even have a record or something.
I was about to say, you made a lot of memories off that record, so that is...
It was it was so beautiful. Mm-hmm. It was a beautiful experience, you know. But you know what's weird?
What's that?
Around that same time, we had been working on our own record, but we weren't popular.
Mm-hmm.
So eventually, I went on the road with Gwen. I was playing percussion and singing background with her. And while I was in Florida, they called me up and they said, "Hey, we're releasing Happy." You know, and so Happy was coming out, and I was like, "Gwen, I got to go. I think we might be on the road ourselves soon."
Yes. Well, David, you got to tell us. Well, first of all, let me just remind everybody out there, if you have just joined us, you're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Kerry Hines, and we have an extraordinary, talented superstar with us on the show today. He is David Pitt Conley. You guys know him from the supergroup Surface, and you were just telling us, which is a great spot for me to start, which is about the super-duper hit, Happy. Now, that song, to this day, you put it on, and, I mean, all of these songs, it sounds just like no time has passed. I mean, that they're still current, and that amazes me. So tell me about Happy and how that came about, because that is an extraordinary record.
Happy is a beautiful story. Happy was when the three of us, we eventually moved in together, where we had a duplex house in West Orange, New Jersey. I lived on one side, Dave and Bernard lived on the other side. It was kind of really like the guys that people would come in and out all the time because we were doing music, I guess. But anyway, my nephew came running over. Me and Bernard was over in the kitchen on my side of the house, and my nephew comes running over. Uncle Pick, you got to come over here and listen to this, what Dave is doing, Dave Townsend. So me and Bernard, we run over there, and my nephew, who was only about like 12 or 13 years old, Dave was on the keyboard singing, "Only You Can Make Me Happy," right? And we were like, oh, snap. We were like, just like, whoa, what's that? So I jumps on the bass synthesizer, Bernard grabs his pen, and we're sitting up there working it out. And I'm telling you, like in about 20 minutes, it seemed like we had finished writing the song. And we had demoed it up on a little 4-track studio. And my nephew, in the meantime, who was a lot younger than us, he was a kid, who kept saying, y'all got a hit song, y'all get a hit song. And we didn't know what we really had because it didn't sound like anything that was on the radio at the time. And but it was one of the songs that proved to be one of those special numbers that lasts through time. It kind of is going to outlast us when we're gone, and our kids are going to be enjoying a song like Happy. You know, so it was a magical moment that kind of just happened like that, and we cherished it ever since. And we're just so happy that people are still digging on it. 20 years later. It was 1984. That was 1984.
And when you look back at the when you look back at that time, disco was over, so you guys kind of ushered in that that what is it? Not a soft sound or just a romantic sound. I guess is the better way to look at it.
It was romantic. It was simple. It was sweet, and it was definitely becoming a bit of a break. But it wasn't like the airwaves was full of negativity or nothing like that. But it was still a good time for a love song to seep through in the 80s. Good time.
Well, you rode right on in. Yes.
Well, it was an accident, too, tell you too, Karen, because our first single was called Let's Try Again. And when Columbia put that single out, it made no noise whatsoever. We weren't getting any calls back from the record company. It was almost like we didn't even have a job anymore. And David Townsend called me up one day, and he says, "Man, you got to read this article in R&R Radio magazine." And he read it to me over the phone because he was in California at the time. I was in Jersey. And in this article, it was a small station in Little Rock, Arkansas. Little Rock, Arkansas. He says, "There's this group called Surface out. I just picked up the album here, and I threw a song on here that I really like. Every time I play this record, the phones light up." And I looked at that article, and I said, "Wow, let's send it over to Ruben at the company." So I sent it on over to Ruben Rodriguez, and I said, "Ruben, you got to read this." And then we started digging up more little articles about DJs around the country who were kind of just falling on this song called Happy. And I said, please put this record out. And he goes, "Well, we'll see. The big record company wasn't listening to me much." But a couple of weeks later, Ruben called me up and says, "Pete, we're getting ready to release Happy as a single." And I just lost my mind. Because it seemed like we had another shot. Because we didn't have a shot in the beginning, it seemed like, because we failed on our first single.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, Happy came out and gave us another breath of fresh air, and it was the opening for all the other songs that you kind
for everything else.
Remember, and, from Closer Than Friends and You Are My Everything, and the first time, Shout Me With Your Love, of course. All of these songs as a result of Happy.
Wow. Now, tell me about this. So I just want to make sure I'm clear as well. Your second release, the second CD, or in that time, the second album, was called, what was it, Second Wave. Right. Now, that generated quite a few hits. So tell me, how did... Okay, and you avoided that sophomore... what is it, sophomore slump or sophomore jinx? Yeah. So tell us, how did you guys avoid it, if you will, and go on to, where other folks couldn't do it? Yeah.
Yeah, I thought the record company was clever at that time. We had Cecil Holmes heading off the record company. And around that time, he didn't put the best record out first, which was pretty clever. What he did was he put out I Miss, was really different for Surface because it was an up-tempo song. But they pushed it so hard it went to number 3 on the R&B chart. So we made a little noise. And then the second single they put out was Closer Than Friends.
Whoa.
And when that single came out, everybody, and we didn't even do a video on Closer Than Friends, and it went straight up to number 1.
Wow.
And it pushed the album to gold. We sold over 500,000 units on Closer Than Friends and I Miss, being off singles. So what happened was we went gold on Closer Than Friends, and then they released the bomb. They dropped Shower Me With Your Love. When they dropped Shower Me With Your Love, they took it right over to platinum. And then we dropped another single called You Are My Everything that went to number 1 again. So we raised up.
So the album went platinum. Wow.
The album went platinum. The single, Shower Me With Your Love, went gold.
Wow.
And the most curious thing about that particular year, 1989, when we went number 1 with You Are My Everything, I also co-wrote with David Townsend and Dirkie Color a song for Jermaine Jackson called Don't Take It Personal.
Oh,
and
that was,
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, now watch what happened in 1989. You Are My Everything was number 1 on the R&B charts, and Don't Take It Personal was number 2.
Wow. And we love
later,
that song, by the way, yes.
Oh, yeah? And then Don't Take It Personal went number 1, and then You Are My Everything went number 2. And trust me, they had 2 songs in the top 10, number 1 and number 2. That was an amazing feeling.
Yes.
Somebody. And I was just soaking it all up. Now, this is great. This is really making it in the music business to have 2 songs
Absolutely. Well, David, I do have to ask you about that for a quick sec. How did, there are a lot of folks out there who are writers, who are trying to get music in the hands of folks. Give us any advice you want to share with us today about how to get, how to start or something like that. What would you say?
Well, the first thing is keep your ear and your eyes on the pulse of what's happening here in the streets. The streets definitely depict what hit songs when you put it together in the melodic and the rhythmic form, and the right artist is behind it. You could definitely come out with a hit. Now, when you're writing these songs and you want to write for somebody else, which we started out actually as staff writers for EMI, and that's what we had to do. But they were pitching the songs to the artists. Nowadays, you have this internet where you could almost reach anybody if you keep trying, right? If you have a hit song that you think is a hit song and everybody tells you, man, Beyonce can cut this song or whoever it is, the first thing I would say is, every time somebody gives a show, like say, in New Jersey, say there's a show like in the Prudential Center, for example, where Charlie Wilson, Joe, and Kim just performed. Well, every show they do a sound check. Every sound check happens early afternoon. All the stars don't come. Sometimes they send representatives to do the sound checks, but a lot of times we have to show up to make sure our mics sound good. So we're always there, coming in the back. Nobody knows we're there because it's in the afternoon. But I always say, you know what? You got to try everything to get a song to somebody. If you go there and you go in the back and you see somebody that you know, like a familiar face, or somebody that managed with that face, you stick that CD in their hands. You say, please take a listen to my song. Or whatever you could do, you go to a club. You see somebody of influence, you give it to the club. Hope they give it to somebody. All songs don't make it like that, but trust me, all artists need a hit song. So it's not like we're not listening. It's just the opportunity to listen. You got to find an opportunity to put something in somebody's hand, whether it's through influence of another guy or another woman or another company or however it is. But nowadays, you got to be aggressive. If it means going to the sound check, if it means going to the club early, if it means joining the fan club, if it means joining any of the other companies that say, like Taxi, and they say, well, you can get your song to so-and-so people. Well, I say do it all. Because somewhere, if you do have something, cream does rise to the top, but it doesn't do it on its own. You have to be out there and just kind of pushing it. You have to make it happen. And to make it happen, you got to think outside of the box. You can't think like something's just going to happen just because you think you're writing a hit song. It doesn't work like that.
Sure, wouldn't that be nice if it did?
Our shelves for years, and all they did was collect dust. We still have songs in our catalogs that are sitting on the side that are doing nothing but collecting dust, and until somebody puts their ear on it and say, I like this song. I want to cut it. And we could be talking the differences between, somebody who's doing mild 100,000 units and doing 100 million units, because people out here, like, for example, Robin Thicke, they made $14 million on one song.
Right. What do you say about that? And you being the situation, how all of that happened, especially with somebody who is, you're in the industry, you're very familiar with this kind of thing, and they were saying it's going to have a huge impact on the music industry with the way that the jurors went with this in terms of the family of the gay family.
I'm very close to Nona. Nona's a very good friend of mine, and Jan's a very good friend of mine. Jan Gay and Nona Gay. They're very, very dear friends. So am I happy that they won? Of course I'm happy. But now let's break it down to what I think about it. Pharrell is an extremely talented, extremely great writer, producer to me. He definitely turned the time over, and he definitely made a lot of noise with all the top artists out here. Now,
and he has a happy song too, by the way. Yes.
Yeah. He put me on. He did a little remix and put the little flute on Happy. So he looked out as well. But you know what? Every writer has to be influenced by something or someone at some point. So that's the first thing. Now, if you go into infringement, the first thing infringement means when you really borrow something from somebody from the past and you use it on a new song and you don't let them know about it. That's when you're actually infringing on it. But which nobody cares if you're going to redo Happy. We love it when somebody redoes Happy, but you got to do it right. You know, if you do the right steps, you know, you hit the publishers and you say, okay, this is my new song, this is your song. You know, what do you want to negotiate on that particular song? And we'll probably say, well, we'll give you this percentage and we'll take this percentage. It's usually done right. Pharrell and Robin did not do that because they didn't feel like they infringed. Okay? So by not doing it, and then it ended up going into court, and now we see this big court decision, it's going to change the tide on a lot of different laws now that are being infringement, because in actuality, the melody of Gotta Give It Up and the melody of Blurred Lines is not the same. You get a same feeling from the music, and you get a same feeling from the groove and just the overall sound of that song, which is very close to Gotta Give It Up.
Right.
But copyright used to be what melodies that you actually borrow from another product. So now it's getting to the groove part. So we all have to be very careful, because we're living in an age where we're borrowing from the past, as you see on many rap records, many gospel records, the Kirk Franklin, or all these rappers, you know, and then, you know, even my success as with Happy, you know, we've had R. Kelly do it. He sold 5 million copies of Only the Loop Can Make Me Happy, and he made us very happy, you know, because when he did it, we made money off of him. When Will Smith did Don't Take It Personal as Cruising, we made a lot of money off of him. We made a lot of money off of Monica for doing Don't Take It Personal. So us as writers, we live past the song when it's done right. So we encourage people to go back in the past and borrow stuff from us. But at the same time, if you do it correctly, everybody wins. You know? So you're not creating something new. You're creating something that you're using somebody else with, you know, and we've had many, many instances where people have used our music, from Crazy Bone to on and on, you know, Coogee Rap. We've had a lot of people do our music, and it's still happening, you know, and we encourage it. So there's two sides to that sword. But as a writer, I will tell your audience, the money in music is in that publishing.
Writing and publishing is where it is, right? Yeah.
Oh, my God, because let's take a look at that. If we wrote a song like Happy, we wrote it in 1984, it's still being played all over the country and the world today, which means we're still making money off of that song. Way beyond the money that we would make from a record company paying us from selling a record. What if the record goes to what if it goes into a movie? We're making more money off of the movie. What if it goes in the play? We're making more money off of the play. What if it goes on a disc and they're taking to Mars? We're making more money on the disc. So the songs outlive you as you go on, and the songs constantly make money as a publishing entity. So you writers out there, the money is definitely in the writing of the songs, although, you know, we make a lot of money doing endorsement deals. We make a lot of money doing movies. We make a lot of money doing selling records, you know. Record sales aren't like they used to be, but they're still buying downloads, you know. Right. Robin Thicke didn't sell $14 million worth of music by not selling music. That's a lot of money to make off of one record.
Well, I tell you something. Thank you very much. Yes, well, that's a huge amount of money. Well, I'm glad it's going to be distributed as it should be, in my opinion. You know, with the family, I'm very, very happy about that. Yeah. Well, folks, if you have just joined us, I mean, we are talking with music royalty, David Pick Conley, from the group Surface. Yes, well, I think so. I think so indeed. And speaking of which, now we started off by talking about your new project, and I want to kind of circle back a little bit. Tell everybody a little bit more about Surface Resurface and what's coming up next for you guys in this wonderful new CD that should be coming out? Tell everybody about it.
Well, what we did was we went back and we kind of just looked at the old hits and we said, okay, you know, if we do it again, the first thing people are going to want to know about is the surface sound again, because that's what they fell in love with the first time. So we didn't want to destroy it and turn it into a hip-hop venture and do all kinds of things that we never did before. So, but we did want to make sure that it still felt like it was updated. So we kept the song quality the same, you know, as far as what I think is the same, where we were still adhered to beautiful lyrics and beautiful melodies and the simplicity of music. So we're still basically the same there. We went a little up-tempo on this record because John Fever, our new vocalist here, you know, he's very similar to Bernard, but then he also has influence of El DeBarge and Michael Jackson. So we went in that direction as well. You know, so we have songs that kind of will remind you maybe of the voice of Michael or El, and also with Bernard. So we stuck to a lot of the similarities, and then we stretched it a little bit because, you know, we wanted to do some partying and you know, we wanted to venture into a couple of other subjects that we probably never would have touched back in the day. And when I say that, I'm thinking about maybe one particular song that we actually wrote on the project. And it's very, very different in that we actually talk about going to a club and getting a little bit messed up over some alcohol and picking up somebody that we don't even know.
Okay.
And we don't even know her name.
Wow.
So we did put a little spoofy thing. It's called What's Her Name? So we do have a song in there that's a little bit different than what we would normally write lyrically, but it was a lot of fun. I had so much fun just experimenting vicariously because I'm not really a big drinker, nothing like that. But I know what it's like because people get into the club and they'll get so messed up. They'll take 5 or so drinks and they can't even see. And they're talking to some girl that they don't even know who they're talking to. And the next morning they wake up and say, "Who are you?"
Well, now you got a song that'll speak to that. Wow.
Yeah. But the first single we call "We Could Slide," which is an endearing lyric, and the lyric is not so much about jumping into the sack with somebody, but it's straight up saying, you know what, I want to make love to your mind first. I want to go a little deeper than just like we're just going to have sex, and it's going to be a beautiful thing. So this first single has a nice beat to it, and it has a beautiful melody to it. But it's definitely one of those songs that say, "Wow, I'm just glad somebody's saying something like that instead of just saying, hey, I want to do it to you, your brother, your sister, your mother too." You know what I mean? So it's a little bit of a different. It's different, you know, in that. Okay, wow. I want to make love to my mind first. Hey, I can get with that. And that kind of came from, I'm actually blind. I've been legally blind all my life, but I could see decent when I was, doing videos with the earlier Surface. And but I still couldn't see the camera or nothing like that. You tell me where to look, and I look. And so through time, as my eyes gradually got worse, you know what? You start to see love differently. Because, a lot of times when we look at a mate, we look at them first. We look and say, wow, she's beautiful. Right. I wonder what she's like. Then you start talking to them and find out that she's the wicked witch of the east, and you head for the hills. Whatever it may be. But at some times, what if you don't look at her at all? What if you're talking to her? And what if you're just getting to know that person from a whole different level? And then all of a sudden you find out that, wait, you know what? We can relate to each other. We have fun together. We laugh together. We relate to the same things. We like the same God. All these things is just kind of materializing without looking at somebody and saying, boy, I'm falling in love because she is so beautiful. It's nice to be beautiful, but you know what? It's even more beautiful to be beautiful inside. And that's kind of where the single's coming from. And it's the first time in my entire life that I actually, after my divorce, the girlfriend that I had now for 10 years, I've never seen her, Karen. I don't know.
Wow.
I know how she looks. I know how she looks because people tell me, and I touch her. But I can't tell you for real how she looks because I've never seen her eyes. She's got green eyes. She's got blonde hair. She's a fair-skinned black girl, and she's small. She's about 115 pounds or whatever. So I could describe her like that, but I can't really tell you what people are seeing because I can't see her, but I see her inside.
Exactly. Well, they say that's what you fall in love with, right? Yeah. And that's what they say. They say that you fall in love with the
internal.
Right. And it should be. And it should be. And hey, listen,
but
David,
Karen, we're ever since I remember when SWV came out with a beautiful song with the same subject, and it was called "Use Your Heart and Not Your Eyes."
Yes.
Do you remember that song?
Of course, yeah, all of those.
Love that
song.
And that song, even though I wasn't using my heart, I use my heart. Don't get me wrong, but you use your eyes first because you definitely want to be attracted to somebody physically.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
right.
That still is a goal because without that, without the mental and the physical, you know, you're still going to be a little bit lost. But at the same time, this time, I really just used my heart.
Wow.
And that's the case.
Well, wow. Amazing. I want to ask you about because I saw somewhere or heard somewhere where you had some great inspirational words for folks who have challenges, either, physical or whatever, or otherwise, not to give up, and that, don't let that stand in the way of doing what you got to do each day. And I love that. Do you remember what you said? Do you remember when you said something like that?
I don't know exactly what I say, but I know what I always do say because I am one of those people. And I can very easily sit Karen in a corner and be like, woe is me. Do I like being blind? No. But this is the way God made me. And maybe if I wasn't blind, maybe I wouldn't have been able to pick up that flute out of nowhere and just be able to play it. Maybe I wouldn't have been able to get with Bernard and Dave and be able to sponge up what they had taught me and be able to work with it if I could actually see. So it always told me that no matter what your disparity is, what you think is a disparity is really an opportunity. And if you have an opportunity to do something that you don't even, in other words, crying and sitting on the side, everybody will do it at their time period, but you don't stay there. You get your butt up and you find out because being blind, I have computers, my phone talks to me, all my computers talk to me, I have, communicating with the world is not as bad as you might think. I get lost sometimes because I do a lot of traveling alone. And there's times when I'm sitting on a corner trying to figure out, oh, no, where the heck am I? But every single time it happens, something will happen. It'll come in. It seems like something will just grab me by the hand and say, come on, boy, let's go. And take me right where I need to go, people, or an event or sound or whatever it is. I always seem to make it through. So I tell people all the time, if you're blind, if you have one leg, if you have one arm, you got one eye, you could still make it out here in this world because technology is helping you.
Wow.
Along with the Spirit of God. So, God doesn't want people to be sitting around, woe is me, because you know what? Your disparity might help somebody else. I went to the Junior Academy for the Blind about a month or so ago, and I did not know it, but after the seminar was over, David Pinto came over to me and said, you wouldn't believe this, man. He said, one of our students went totally blind today. And he said, we couldn't find her for a while, but when you gave your last speech, it seemed like she just kind of woke up and just found something in herself and said, I could do this. Because she just listened to my words, and where she felt like, oh, no, all is lost. Now I'm black blind. Maybe I can't do anything anymore. But I'm sitting up there telling her, you know what? I can't even see the videos when we were making the video for our videos. I can't see the pictures when they show us pictures. But we still took them, and everybody said, hey, look, you take good pictures, dude, and all this kind of stuff. So, it woke her up. It woke something up inside of her. And I'm going to tell you, there's nothing more precious to me than to be able to influence another person to get up out of the rut and make something good of themselves. So that's how I felt. When I walked away from there, and when I heard that story, I felt bigger than me. I felt like there was something inside of me that said, you know what? You helped somebody today. And there's nothing more bigger to me than that. I'm like, wow, imagine somebody just like going through it like that. I can't imagine if my sight was just I could see 2020, and all of a sudden I went black blind out of nowhere, and I had to figure out how to deal with a new lifestyle. And somebody comes along and says, hey, you know what? You ain't dead. You got so many things that you could do, and we're going to help you. This is how we're going to do it. You know, so,
wow.
You know, I don't like things to let me fall down or anything like that, you know, because I'm human. I get discouraged. You know, I mean, it's discouraging doing a record like I just got finished doing with my comrades and not have a major record company to push it. But guess what? I'm on the phone talking to Karen on the morning show.
You are.
And they're going to be picking up the record, you know, and they're going to be saying, hey, this is really cool. You know, so
wow.
You don't take something and say, just because you can't do it this way, it's not going to happen.
Wow.
It's going to happen.
Well, you have just explained. I love it. You've just explained this wonderful new title, Resurface. So that kind of says it all. My goodness. Well, listen, I want to thank you. First of all, you have been incredibly revealing and really allowing us to peel back the layer of all of this, including an extraordinary career. And again, we want to remind everybody to definitely look out for the release of Resurface, and your first single, We Could Fly. So let me make sure I got that in.
And the website is called Surface Resurface, and come join us on the Resurface Facebook page as well as David Pitt Conley for more information. But at the end of this, Karen, I just want to say one thing to you.
Yes, absolutely. Please do.
And this is more on the inspirational side because this internet thing is so huge. I want your audience to know that they got a partner in YouTube. They got a partner in Facebook and all of these social outlets. If you take advantage of the audience that you have around the world and you exploit the internet with your music, trust me, somebody's going to like it somewhere. So I don't care what kind of music you're doing. Somebody's going to like it somewhere because the world is open to you right now. The world. You can hit the other side of the world in one click right now.
Yes.
So we weren't able to do that back in the day. You could do that now.
No, you couldn't do it back in the day. Well, you know what, David? You have just inspired all of us. And I'll be following up with you, sir. You can believe that.
Awesome.
Yes, I will be looking you up, and we'll be talking. So, definitely we'll get some things going. But I right now have to say you have really inspired everybody, and we're going to hear a whole lot about this wonderful interview today. And we support you. You have a home with us. I want you to come back when your CD is out, and we want to hear all these great songs. Okay? And we'll talk.
We'll certainly send them to you. You bet, Karen.
Well,
Thank
listen.
you so much. We love all you guys.
My pleasure to have you with us, and we'll see you. We're going to have you back soon. Okay, thank you so much, David. All right.
Thanks,
well, listen, folks. God bless you, too. Folks, keep it right here. There is a whole lot more of the Hair Radio Show to come. Thank you.
Only you can make me happy. Happy. Only you can make me happy. I never thought that I'd find someone like you. I feel hypnotized with the things you do. I'll never let you go. No, you're so right for me. I have to let you know. Forever you and me. and true. It's true in every way. I want to be with you each and every day. Only you can make me happy. Only you can make me happy. So happy. Only you can make me happy. Happy. Only you can make me happy. So happy. Yeah.
Hello? How you doing, baby? You know, I was just thinking about you. You know, I'm glad you called. Oh, you coming right over? Beautiful, baby. I'll be waiting. I love you too.
You're all I need in my life. I don't need no one. I don't need no one but you. You're all I need in my life. I don't need no one. I don't need no one but you. Only you can make me happy. Only you can make me happy.
All right, you're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Kerry Hines. It is May 14th, Thursday, May 14th, 2015. And I want to welcome my very next guest to the show. Now, she hosts her own radio show, is an author, and just someone doing so many wonderful things out there socially and otherwise. Hair Radio Morning Show is very proud to welcome Miss Tina Hobson. Tina, good morning to you.
Good, happy Thursday morning to you, Mr. Hines. Thank you for having me on this morning.
Well, it's my pleasure, and I want to welcome you. I'm so happy to have you with us, and also bring along my wonderful new co-host, Miss Pearl Walker from Memphis, Tennessee. Good morning, and welcome to you as well.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you.
All
Wonderful.
Right. Well, listen, folks, we've got a lot to get into. When you get together some of the most powerful radio personalities on one broadcast, it's nothing but excitement. So, Tina, you're going to be with us. First of all, let's let everybody know that you're going to be with us throughout today's broadcast. So we've got you from now to the close of the show. So I hope you've got your coffee ready, and we've got a lot to get into.
I've got my tea on one side, my smoothie on the other. I'm ready.
Wonderful. Well, listen, and we're going to have some great music along the way. It is Throwback Thursday, so it's just going to be excitement. Now, for you guys out there, we're going to get into a whole bunch of things. Coming up shortly, who'll be joining us in just a bit will be Mr. Yancey. You guys know him from his own radio program, so we're so excited. We've got a lot of things going on to this morning, and we're going to just go ahead and jump on in. Now, Tina Hobson, we have got to tell everybody, let's talk a little bit, let's tell everybody about, let's start with you. And now you're from what area? Where exactly are you based out of?
I'm in the Cleveland, Ohio area.
Okay, so for all of our...
LeBron James and the Cavaliers.
All right. Yes, that is his home. And we're going to shout out to all the folks today who are in the Cleveland area. We so appreciate your audience and your participation with us and just who you guys are.
So yeah, good stuff. Okay, so now what about the I Am Superwoman show? We've got to talk about this wonderful radio broadcast that you do. The title of the show is I Am Superwoman, so tell us about that.
Wow. Well, first of all, it's super because you have been on the show. You've been my guest. You inspired so many people, and
Thank you.
It was just a proud night to have you on my show.
Thank you
And
so much.
actually, I Am a Superwoman started out of a women's empowerment conference. Myself and two other friends, God gave us this vision to put on a women's conference. And it was held right here in the Northeast Ohio area, Twinsburg, Ohio. And it was spectacular. We talked about overcoming obstacles, drug addiction, overcoming obstacles as being a female entrepreneur, overcoming obstacles as far as being victims of domestic violence. And that was very, very electric because we didn't only have the female perspective, we had the male perspective of a male having been a victim of domestic violence, actually being a perpetrator and a victim. So it was a very empowering conference, and we had entitled it "I Am a Superwoman," and it evolved from there. From there, I created a Facebook group, "I Am a Superwoman," and from there, I was encouraged by a dear friend, Rhonda Stacey Andrews, to do a short blog talk radio show. I was impressed by what she was doing. She walked me through the process, and in 2013, October and November, I Am a Superwoman radio show started. Actually, it's just a conference call. In 2014, it evolved into a blog talk radio show, and here I am today. Our goal is to empower the superwoman in you, and it's more than just a superwoman, because we know that it takes a good Superman to stand by a superwoman to make things happen. That's why we have Superman like Carrie on the show. Absolutely.
Well,
And
I
the
have
rest
to
is
say,
history.
and the rest is history. Well, I have to say, Tina Hobson, it was such a fantastic experience, Pearl. I don't know if you got a chance to hear us on the air, but it was just a fantastic experience to be on your show.
Absolutely.
It was so wonderful, and everything was just moving along. And then I was so excited that I brought your interview back to the Hair Radio Morning Show fans and aired it right here on our broadcast. And just the response from everybody has been just excited and overwhelming, because I don't usually, I'm not usually interviewed in the morning. So they were so excited to hear someone so great and clever and smart and witty interview me. So it was really exciting. So we were just so
we had
pleased.
a good time.
It was just fun. And it was like a late Friday evening, and it was just marvelous. So what can I say, Tina Hobson?
I appreciated you staying up past your bedtime to be on this show with us.
That's true, because normally I am knocked out so that I can get up every morning to do this great morning show. And we're so happy. So I want to also, let's talk a little bit. I like what you said about being inspired and what inspired you to start the radio show. Being part of the community and being empowering, especially women out there. You're empowering all, but particularly the women that you really are shining a light on. What is that? Why is that so important to you to do? Why is it so important?
I'm glad you asked that question, Carrie. It's important to me because it's personal. It's personal. I've had a battle. I've been delivered from drugs and alcohol and everything that went along with that horrid experience. We'll talk about that because it's really revealed in my new book. The domestic violence is personal. You know, I've been a victim. Today I'm a survivor. I can remember the days that, you know, I had been victimized so bad that I would look in the mirror and I didn't even recognize my own face.
Wow.
Things that had gone on in that situation, more than one situation, just was horrendous. And, you know, just all of that, the struggles and overcoming being a female entrepreneur in a society where, you know, the odds are supposed to be against us. You know, we have that myth that women don't support women. And that's what I'm saying. It's a myth. I have an awesome circle of friends, women friends, sisters. I call them sister friends. Just we support each other in every endeavor that we have. We don't all come from the same background. We don't have the same expertise. But when you get us together, when you put those puzzle pieces together, it's a beautiful picture, let me tell you.
Well, now, how did you break free from that kind of a background? How were you able to overcome the odds?
You know what, Kerry? Sometimes I just had to run for my life. I mean, literally. With the domestic violence, it ended in the late 80s by having to fall back on who I knew I could depend on always, my mother. I had left town. I was running for myself. I was ashamed. I was embarrassed of my addiction. I had left town and just landed into this abusive relationship. And when push came to shove, I could take no more. I had gotten sick and tired of being sick and tired of that. I called my mama. Mama, come and get me. And Mama came and got me. And my wonderful stepfather came to get me. God bless his soul. We just admitted him into a nursing home yesterday. He's 90 years old, and he's 90 years old. That's basically all I can say. But part of my book is dedicated to him because he's been an awesome stepdad. He's been my dad.
Well, it sounds like you had that support in place to help you to kind of push your way through.
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
And support that I sometimes take for granted. You know, you don't always know what you know until you need to know it. And then God will tell you, he will guide you to the places, the people, and the things that will be there to have your back, to hold you up, to lift you, to empower you, to inspire you, to motivate you, and encourage you to move on and tell you it's okay. It's okay. You can do this. You can survive this.
Wow. Well, I have to tell you, first of all, this is just amazing, and I love what you're saying. I think that just by talking about it, you are helping women and men out there to just, you know, to just hold on and encouraging them to just have faith and know that things get better. I think all of life is cyclical. I think, you know, you go up and down and all around the world, and we go through all kinds of trials and things. And it amazes me because I say to everybody is battling something. Everybody has something going on. You don't get out of this life without something going on. That's just the way it is. It doesn't matter how much riches folks have. Everybody has things. No one's life is perfect. So we, you know, you go ahead.
I was truly impressed by your last guest, Surface, and he was talking about his obstacle of being
David
blind.
Conley. Yes.
Yes. And I've been reciting and reposting a motto by Helen Keller, and she says that there's nothing worse than having sight with no vision.
Wow.
Wow.
I think I'm going to have to take that one today. So,
so it
I
doesn't
think that
matter,
is amazing.
you know, what you're going through physically, David, he didn't have sight, but he had vision. And that was what allowed him to keep pushing and to make it and to be the Superman that he is.
I love that. Well, David, no one would ever think that he has vision problems, because this man goes on. I notice in the pictures, I look at the pictures now knowing that he has the vision problems. I look real hard to see. No one would know. He goes on about his music. He doesn't complain. He just keeps right on rolling along. And when he says to get on up and go on with your life, because there are others who have it more difficult or more challenges, and he is right. There's always someone who has a bigger challenge than you.
Absolutely.
So I just am amazed. And so I agree. I never complained, on any level because of that. But I love that, what you said, and I so appreciate that. And that's what we've got to keep in mind. And that you're doing something, I think that, you're doing a big work. I mean, this is a great calling. You've got folks out there who follow you, who listen to every word you say, and you are helping them to stay focused and on the right, straight and narrow path that's necessary to lead productive lives. So, good job.
It's a blessing. It's a blessing. It's a gift, and God is always revealing more gifts that He has instilled in me. But I think that more important than being a radio show personality, than being an author, being a social worker, doing any of those things, is just that hands-on helping people, being there for people. I've been asked before, what do I think is the most important thing that I do today? And, Carrie, I have to say, without a shadow of a doubt, I volunteer for the Center for Dialysis Care. And on a monthly basis, my center, the Warrensville Heights Center here in Ohio, I've been given the privilege and the honor to send out birthday cards every month to the patients who have birthdays. And let me tell you, I just have this big smile on my face, and it's such a warming and empowering thing, because I think about all the people that might be the only birthday card that they get.
You know
that
what?
Might be the
I
only
love
one
what
that
you
they
say, Tina. I love it.
I love it.
I totally
That's
agree
a great
with
idea.
you. Well, you know what, Pearl and Tina, what I do on Facebook is the same thing, because you guys and many of you guys out there know this already, because you received my birthday greetings. Well, because I said, well, Facebook always pops up and lets us know whose birthday it is. That's a part of our friends list. And for someone like you and me and us in radio, we have thousands of Facebook friends and all these wonderful folks. So it pops up that it's, I look at the birthdays each morning, and I want to shout out to Cheryl, my friend out in California. It's her birthday, and so many others. And I take a moment and wish them happy birthday from the Hair Radio Morning Show every day, because it just, like you just said, Tina, you never know. Sometimes that may be the only greeting that a person has from anyone.
Absolutely.
And we want people, we don't know what one another is going through.
No.
And that's the thing about social media. What it does normally, it makes us think that everybody else's life, everybody's leading these extraordinary lives, and then we sit back and we look at our own life. We're like, well, I'm not doing anything. I'm watching TV with my feet up on the couch. I feel like I'm not doing anything with my life. And I look at, I feel the same way. Sometimes I look and I say, well, geez, my friends, they're out climbing Mount Kilimanjaro or whatever it is, and all these wonderful things, and skydiving, and, every time I look at the pictures on the Facebook and on the Internet, I'm just blown away by some of the things that they're doing. And when
but then, Carrie, you don't know what's going on behind closed
you
doors
just
either.
hit it on the head, because I called up one of them, and I said, I thought you were out in Europe somewhere. They're like, no, I'm at home. I'm eating some ring dings. So so I realized that, again, no one's life is quite what it seems on the internet. So when it comes to social media, don't be so influenced that, that you start feeling badly about your life because you're looking at what appears to be great things by others. Yes.
Carrie, I just had to tell someone yesterday, this lady was saying, but you're so busy. I see you're so busy. I didn't want to call you. I didn't want to disturb you. I said, do not judge my life by what you see on Facebook. I'm a parent. I'm at home at the end of the day on the couch with the remote.
Well, you know what,
you
Pearl,
we need to be encouraged, too. Absolutely.
Yes, but I'll tell you something, Pearl Walker, down in Memphis, Tennessee, my great co-host. The thing that you want to bear in mind is that, and I appreciate what you told her and what we've got to remind folks, because they're reading about us, and that's why sometimes I take a moment to breathe on Facebook. I usually post every day, but I'll tell you what I do, Tina Hobson. I sometimes take a moment or two because I want them to see that I also am existing outside of Facebook and the Internet, so that they know there's a whole lot more going on. Because if all I do is post 7 days a week about how great I am and how great the show is and how great Hair Nation Expo and all these 50,000 things that we do, they're not really getting the full benefit of a real person. They're getting a facade. And I want people to know that I have my challenges just like they have every day. And that, I think, is the real story here. So I'm so excited when we get someone who is on with us, like Ms. Tina Hobson, who has done so much and has gone through the fire and is able to share and inspire so many others. It is a great blessing for us and an honor to have you with us, Tina Hobson.
Thank you. And you said it's important that sometimes, not all the times, and we don't have to tell people every single thing, but there has to be some element.
We got some folks who do. They tell every drop, way oversharing.
Yeah. But we need to be, partially transparent because we want to be able to relate and identify with our audience and our family and our friends. We can't put ourselves to a level where we're not reachable or we're not approachable.
Exactly. Well, I love this. Now, I want to ask you, Tina, who have some, what guests do you, from one radio talk show host to another, what guests have you had on who have kind of influenced you the most in whatever way?
Oh, my goodness. There's been so many. Oh, my goodness. Mr. Calhoun, Moses Calhoun, he was introduced to me several months ago, and I'm going to say he probably is the most influential right now because of who he is and how the lesson that I learned. His topic was kind of controversial when you read it. He wrote this book, Gay, Straight, or Which, and I was scared. I'm like, oh, I can't talk about that. I'm going to alienate people. I'm going to, people are not going to listen to this show. This is taboo. And the Holy Spirit told me, he said, you need to open your mind. You need to let people hear different, opinions and different, other people's values and stuff. And let me tell you, that was one of my most listened to, my most exciting shows because he actually came from a biblical standpoint. and we talked about everything. Is this something that was born in people who are or gay or straight? We talked about prejudice. We talked about condemnation. We talked about, pride. We talked about everything. Then even, with being an author, we talked about, the obstacles he had to overcome because nobody wanted to publish the book, so he became a self-publisher. He also talked about his physical obstacles, late-stage renal failure, being a diabetic, all of these physical ailments that he's going through. He just that show taught me to keep an open mind. And that's what I needed, because I couldn't have talked myself out of having an absolutely fabulous show because of fear. So he taught me to stand up to my fears, to stand up to my convictions, to be open-minded. And if everybody didn't like the show, that's fine. Everybody's not going to like every show anyway. But it turned out that was one of my best shows, Mr. Moses Calhoun. And we have stayed in touch, and he's been a blessing in my life.
Moses Calhoun. Wow, I love it. So now we're going to talk about your book. I have got to ask you, first of all, because you mentioned the book a couple of times, but we really didn't share with everybody the names of the book and what they're about. So tell us about this part of the process. What are the titles and what are they about?
Writing, oh my goodness, that was another hidden gift that I didn't know I had until, this is 15 to 2013. And from that, I've kind of held on to this model. It's never too late to be great. When God revealed this gift of writing to me, I was 60 years old, and that was 2 years ago. And I was on a Google Hangout with several blessed and bodacious sisters, and I was telling, parts of my story. And one of the guests, she inboxed me after the show and said, "Tina, that needs to be a book. Your story needs to be written." And I played around because here I go. It's so important. We are our own worst enemies. The battlefield is in the mind. I can talk myself out of a blessing at the drop of a hat. But thank God for networking and people who support you, people who believe in you, people who see more in you than you see in yourself. Because this young lady, Linda Kennard, said, "Tina, your story needs to be written." And I'm like, yeah, okay, right. So I started playing around with writing a couple of chapters, and she got busy writing her book, so we got a little bit disconnected. But God, he showed up in the form of Charlotte Howard. Charlotte had been a guest on my show. She's in the hair industry, and she had been a guest on my show, another awesome show. And she was telling me about this anthology she was doing. And I'm like, oh, that's wonderful. I'm happy for you, blah, blah. And she said, "I need your chapter for the book." And I'm like, "What chapter?" She said, I want you to write a chapter for my book." And lo and behold, with my playing around with writing, when Linda brought it to me, I actually had a chapter ready. I submitted it. She loved it. And that was the chapter in Success and Beauty, the Secrets to Effortless Fulfillment and Happiness. That came out in 2014, October of 2014. Became a #1 international bestseller the first day of release. I was so proud. I had my book signing and everything. I'm an author. And God said, "You're not done. You're not done." He started giving me more inspiration to write. He started to reveal more of the gift that he had given me. And the result of that is my first solo book that actually was released on my birthday this year, March the 30th, and it's entitled, Oh, How He Loves Me, Reflections of God's Love for Me and for You. And it's my story. It's my story. It's biblically based. Every reflection, every daily reflection starts with a Bible verse, and then I reflect back on my life as it pertains to that verse.
Wow.
And it talks about my drug addiction. It talks about everything that I needed to do to sustain my drug addiction, the prostitution, the going to jail, abandoning, and I'm not ashamed, abandoning my children. Thank God again for Mama and my stepfather. Oh, my God, I don't know what I would do without them. And it talks about my attempted suicide, the low self-esteem, the guilt, the shame, everything that I went through. And it's all wrapped up by talking about my deliverance and the hope that I have to continue to live on a day-to-day basis today.
Well, let me just say this. Folks out there, if you have just joined us, you're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Carrie Hines, and with me today is a very special guest from the world of radio as well. Her name is Tina Hobson, and she hosts a show called I Am Superwoman, and we're so excited to have Tina with us today. And we've got a lot to talk about Tina Hobson. We've got many things we're going to be asking you about on today's broadcast. I want to just do a quick tease because we're going to have the folks kind of stay with us as we're going to circle back to you in just a couple of minutes. We're going to take a music break, give you a chance to grab some coffee, grab a cup of hot coffee or cocoa, whatever you like, or tea, and come back. Yes, okay, there you go. And
yeah,
come
because
back.
it's cold here in Ohio. It's 44 degrees.
Okay, well, we're going to heat things up in just a couple minutes because we're about to be joined by one of your radio show colleagues out there in your area, Mr. Yancey. So we're excited to welcome him to the Hair Radio Morning Show team this morning. So we're real excited about that and you, and we're going to just have a whole lot of stuff going on. So Ms. Pearl Walker is going to be with us for a bit down in Memphis, Tennessee, my wonderful co-host. And we've got a lot of things. So first we're going to take just a quick music break. So just a few minutes, give everybody a chance to grab, like I said, grab that cup of coffee. And we've got a lot coming up. So stay with us, folks. After the music break, we'll be back with more Tina Hobson, and we welcome to the show Mr. Yancey. So stay with us. We've got lots more to come. Stay with us.
Hi, I'm Kerry Hines. Coming up on this week's Hair Radio Morning Show, our bridal consultant, Cynthia Williamson, returns. Shanna Van Ness from TV's The Living Room Show is back with all new community affair updates. The folks behind hair legend Annie Malone's children organization will be with us. And our new resident celebrity guest star, it's reality TV's Marlo Hampton. She's back to talk fashion, style, and so much more. Also, big updates on Hair Nation Expo. We march towards our 100th show. Please stay with us.
Now on sale, The Meeting Place, authored by Walter Allen Scott. The Meeting Place is an exciting, hot new release that takes the reader inside the world of today's barbershop for the first time. Be a fly on the wall and listen in to the truths that are being revealed that you won't be able to put down. It'll grab your attention from page one. The Meeting Place. Buy your personal autographed copy today, exclusively online at walterallenscott.com.
Hi, Hair Radio Show fans. This is Shanna Van Ness, creator and host of my new talk show called The Living Room. Tune in at www.thelivingroom.tv.
All right, we're back live. You're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Kerry Hines, along with my great co-host, Miss Pearl Walker from Memphis, Tennessee. And we welcome to the show, or I should say welcome back. We've been chatting with the irrepressible Miss Tina Hobson. And you guys know her from her wonderful talk show, I Am Superwoman, which is her radio show, very popular program. Now, we take a moment now to welcome and to join us here on our show, Mr. Charles Yancey. Now, you guys know Mr. Yancey. He is a radio show host and popular radio show host in his own right, and we're so happy to welcome you, Mr. Yancey, to this broadcast. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Hines. Good morning, Sister Tina. Good morning, Sister Pearl. Good morning.
Morning. Good morning. Oh,
well,
this is exciting.
We just love the energy that you bring, Mr. Yancey, so we are so
Indeed.
excited to have you. And I just want to take a moment to let folks know a little bit more about Mr. Yancey. Now, so tell us exactly. Now, you're from the Cleveland area also, and you have a network. Who Has the Power Radio Network? Tell us about a little bit more about who you are.
Wow. How long do we have again?
Well, you know what? This is a 3-hour show, so we got plenty of time.
Well, I'll put it this way. I learned. I had to learn the hard way. I was one of the jobs I worked. I actually went through training. Told me sometimes you can't talk that much. You just got to leave them something to talk about. Especially when you're doing an interview. Don't answer all the questions in one answer. So I'm gonna do my best. Actually, I'm not originally from Cleveland, Ohio. I was actually born in Fort Gordon, Georgia. And I was born in the military.
What part of Georgia is that again? Fort who?
Fort Gordon, Georgia, which is actually a military base.
Oh, okay. Right.
And my family, we traveled. You know, I've lived in Arizona. Was raised majority of my life in Norfolk, Virginia, Illinois, and then to Ohio. So, yeah, that's how questions came. How did you even get in Ohio? I just, I'm a traveler. I like to travel. Now, gosh, how do I get to Who Has the Power Radio Network? That's a hard one because that's a nice long road. All I can say, if you really want to go straight to it, I have been in this business now for going on 11 years. And the first part, the majority part of my career was kind of basically being in the background, working with independent R&B groups, working on independent television shows. And about 2010, I decided to take a break. You know, actually at that time, I actually was faced with a major decision. The company I was working with, you know, had been taking groups back and forth to New York to be on BET's 106 and Park Wild Out Wednesday. And I had thought, you know, I had been to New York plenty of times, but I had never actually been on the TV show. And so the young man I was working with, Dennis Cash, he called me and says, he called me and says, well, we're going to be ready to go to New York, and I want you to go with me. And at that time, my wife was actually pregnant. And literally that was a month that she was supposed to deliver, and I had to make a major decision. Now, we do have a total of 5 children, but she was, I mean, this was our first one. This was my first one, period, and this was our first one together. So I had to make a decision. Do I go to New York and risk missing my son being born, or do I stay? So long story short, I ended up staying because I did not feel comfortable missing that. I mean, sure enough, the young man offered me, Dennis said, if you can get the phone call, you know, that she's going to go on a labor, then we'll send you back. Now, mind you, we do know, I mean, regardless of the situation, we do know that other things affect us. This is after 9/11, and we all know that if you go into an airport, it's going to take you 2 hours just to get through the airport. So I was not trying to risk that, because who's to say when she was going to go on labor, and then once I get back to Ohio, I got to get through traffic and all that craziness, and I didn't want to have to go through that. So I took the break, and I watched my son being born, which was probably one of the biggest things for me. I think I cried like a baby. Not to mention my mother was there too, so I really cried like a baby. And
that sounds pretty exciting. But I want you to tell us. Let's turn to this wonderful program that you also do. Tell us a little bit more, because that's what I don't think I saw about the radio show that you do. So what's the name of the show? What is it about? And what can you share about that?
Well, honestly, it's actually more than one show. Who Has the Power Radio Network is actually a total of 5 shows now.
Wow.
We're add a 5th show. We're actually adding a 5th show this coming Saturday.
Congratulations.
Thank you. But honestly, the whole, how can I say that? The tagline for Who Has the Power Radio Network is we strive to empower every aspect of your life. You know, whether it be spiritually, whether it be family, whether it be entertainment. You know, we really try to do it. I mean, inspire. We really try to inspire every aspect of your life. You know, it's all programming. You know, it's all meant to motivate you and take you to another level, or definitely, if nothing else, give you an alternative to the negative thinking that's out here right now.
Why do you think it's so important that we focus on that at this time?
Honestly, because, well, I'll put it away from a media standpoint, all you hear is negative. From what I was told, and I think we may have talked about this before, and Sister Tina can tell you, all you hear in the media is negativity. You cannot, for some reason or another, that's what people think what makes money, controversy and bad situations. People need to be uplifted on an everyday basis. And if nobody's out there doing it, then we're all going to be distressed. And, I mean, who knows what can happen. So that's why, I mean, I personally made it up my mission to do positive programming, because there's always somebody out there that's looking for an alternative, looking for that bright spot, looking for the light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. But if everybody's stuck in the tunnel and they're having a good time, everybody's in darkness and they're having a good time, then, you know, that's not cool. And it's not everybody's cool being in dark. And that's why I chose to do positivity.
Well, I have to say, Mr. Yancey, I think you bring up a great point that we could all probably jump on to discuss further. I think that what you're just talking about, radio, not just radio, but the media being perceived as being negative out there, First, how do you feel about that, Tina? I'll share my thoughts a little later. How do you guys feel about that? Do you guys agree, Ms. Tina Hobson?
I absolutely agree, Mr. Hines. That's why I appreciate the Blog Talk platform where there's no restrictions. We're not required to talk about the current events. We have the opportunity to speak and bring on guests that empower, because we, and I can say specifically, Pearl, yourself, Charles, we get tired of hearing about the killings and the rapes and the domestic violence and the wars, all those negative things. And God has given us a gift to bring to the world the positive aspects of what's going on in this world, the spiritual aspects, the people who are doing great and bigger things in the world. So yes, I love what we do, because we there's no restrictions. We can do what we want to do when we want to do it, and I find that our following is increasing because we're not talking about doom and gloom all the time. We're talking about things that are empowering and inspiring.
I agree. Pearl Walker, what about you? Any comments? Okay, well, she'll probably be back. Maybe Pearl went to grab that cup of coffee. But I'll tell you something, guys. My look and belief about this whole thing is very different. My look and belief about it is that, which I agree with you, but I'll tell you why. In the past, we've had broadcast radio. I'm sorry, not just broadcast radio, but broadcast television, which is the main point. We have no control over broadcast television. And when I say they, I mean the folks, these corporations, they put on broadcasting that is not reflective of our thought process. It's not reflective of what we see when we walk outside our door. It's not reflective of the people that we interact with. It's a very narrow focus, and it's usually focused on the youth, and it's usually focused on folks who don't look like anybody in my family. And that's what I see, and those kinds of things is what impression our children. And so if I don't have any kids, but if I did, my children would not watch TV. Period. Okay. Because the impact of what that does to children, it sends the message that the broadcaster wants to send to you and your family to get you to spend your money.
Absolutely.
And that message is not something that usually coincides with the message that the parents want to send. So there is no way in the world I would allow my children to be negatively influenced by folks who don't care a rat's tail about the effects of only looking at folks who don't look anything like them. It doesn't even enter in their mind that people might be negatively influenced, and why it's important to present folks of all cultures and not just to perpetuate a single standard of beauty. A Eurocentric standard of beauty is still a standard of beauty. The issue is that it's the only one we see. When there are countless standards of beauty and countless cultures and countless people, yet all that we see paraded in front of us day and night is the same basic essential look. And I just don't get it, but I do get it. So what you say, Mr. Yancey, when you say that, we kind of see nothing but negative images and so forth, well, that's broadcast media. However, the Internet is where we do have control. The Internet is where we can say what we believe in, and where we do have those doors. And that's right now. That may not always be the case.
Right.
But I believe that broadcasting is dying away. That's what I believe. I don't think we're going to have a whole bunch of the folks in broadcasting, these corporations who do the big broadcasting on network television and all of that, they're trying to run to the internet.
Right.
They're already trying to get where we are, where we have firmly established a foothold.
Right.
So
honestly,
go ahead, Mr. Yancey.
Yeah, and that's why I was getting to. That again, that's why I said I didn't get to that point per se, but that's what I was kind of alluding to. I was trying to allude to. With internet radio and internet television, because even you got internet television or these YouTube and stuff like that. That's where a lot of people get famous from, YouTube. But again, like you said, the fact that it's not controlled, or there's no big corporation, there's nobody telling you you have to do this, you have to do that.
Not yet, anyway. We never know what's coming down the pike, but right now, we're okay.
Right, but this is the thing, though. When you talk about dealing with, again, when you mention, hearing things or seeing things that you can relate to, that's why what we do is so important.
Yes.
I've talked to quite a few people, again, when I tell them the concept of Who Has the Power Radio Network, I have not had, I have one person that, tried to discourage me and told me, said, how do you expect to be successful doing positive programming? And I'm thinking to myself, first of all, God is above all. God is above all. I mean, God is not evil, even though there is evil in the world. So if God is there to help, hopefully inspire you, you put your faith in God, you trust to have faith in God, then all things are possible. You can do anything good. God will not withhold any good thing from His people. And so, therefore, it doesn't matter if they can be successful doing negative or doing controversial programming. There's no reason why we, as clear thinking, I don't know if that's the right way to say it, but clear thinking people, people that somebody can relate to. Why can't we be successful doing what we're doing?
Well, I like what you have to say. I think it's a larger picture that the internet allows us to present. It's a more authentic picture because it's more inclusive, and that's unlike broadcast, which again only presents a single segment of the population. And when you look at television and broadcast TV, to be quite honest, there was a report on, and, the appearance of minorities on broadcast television, obviously, we know could be much higher. But when they looked at Latinos and Asians on broadcast television, they were seen as invisible on the report. Invisible was the word they used, meaning they don't even appear at all. And when you look at broadcast TV, it's essentially true. If you look and you just make a little sheet of paper and you just line with a little line, you remember drawing those lines 4, and then you draw a line through the 5th, through the other 4? Yeah. If you did that on a piece of paper with how many images of folks that you saw who look absolutely nothing like you all day long, and then you counted those dashes or lines on a paper, you would be shocked at the images and the impact of those images by the end of the day. And there's nothing wrong with any one culture, nothing. It's the issue is that we don't have the inclusivity. And I think that's where, why it's so important to have you guys on. So today, if you guys have just joined us again, you're listening to the Hair Radio Morning Show. I'm Kerry Hines, and I am actually joined on the line. I call it the